It's not a death sentence. We just got to do the work, and we got to stop being afraid of the court system.
And it sounds like it once you get to that point, it's better that you do it because they actually do grant you a lot of more things than if all you have to do is just establish paternity. Because in Michigan, it's automatic with the paternity thing, man. But it gets worse because I did, man, not knowing that shit, but then knowing the rights that you have, and especially like she pretty much she's shitted on. She's fucked up. Once that man legitimized, it's downhill for her. It's definitely downhill, especially when you got the judge just sitting there telling you, she telling the man, no, you need to legitimize. So he kind of fucked up on that too. He was dragging his feet a lot on there also. Mr. Bennett, I know that you had something to say. What was it that you was going to say?
Well, again, I had put actually in the back chat as well as the front chat a link to the documentation that talks about the differences between paternity and legitimization or legitimation, I think is what it's called. And it's definitely something that, the paternity part, that's actually something that the mother or the keeper of the kids, that's something that they start. The man doesn't necessarily have to be involved in that. They can basically say, this is the father of my child, and they start that process, and then it's up to the man to then say, well, no, that's not my child. He's got to take that on. But the legitimation process, the father has to take that on, and he has to say, yeah, I want this to be my child, like Trey Ferg was saying. I want this child to have my name and everything that kind of goes along with that. So it's definitely complex, and unfortunately, not too many states have people go through this, at least according to the description, but you guys can read that on your own. But I just think this is just sloppy altogether. I mean, it's this dude is no father of the year candidate. Why you never legitimized your kid in the first place? You did lie to the judge. The judge asked you straight up, did you slam it to the ground? You said no. And clearly in the recording, you admitted that you did throw it down to the ground, regardless of who started what or whatever. You did do that. So again, and to see that in front of the kid, it just broke my heart. That kid is going to be traumatized for the rest of his life seeing that kind of stuff, and it's just a shame that But this is what happens when you have these illegitimate relationships. I mean, that's why I call it. And they're not doing it. And plus, they have multiple kids together, and he's married, and he's dealing with another woman. Again, just sloppy across the board. And this is the result. So it's kind of hard for me to feel sorry for this guy, which is why the commentator, he was annoying me because it's like, you're trying to you're trying to create a narrative with the story. Sometimes just let the stories play out on its own and let us, be intelligent enough to kind of figure it out on our own. But I didn't like the leading that he was doing in the story itself. So I wish he would have talked less. But that's another story. But both of them are just damaged, and so again, I really don't have tolerance for any one of them, quite frankly. I think that was just tragic for that kid and what's going to happen to him when he grows up.
Yeah. So I know, Trey, you've been in the court system before. Was it really uncomfortable for you when you was in there, or were you prepared, or you know what I'm saying?
I had a lawyer. $27,000 worth of it. I had a lawyer. So my lawyer did all the talking for me. I just sat there, and every now and then when I want to bring up a point, and I let the lawyer know something, or if I because she has an attorney too. I don't know if you guys know, but on the police department, the union provides attorneys. So she had an attorney too, which is why I had to go out and go get an attorney because she had one. But I didn't do very much talking. I didn't really have that much of an issue. The only thing I really cared about was how much money she was going to get, and versus what she asked for versus what she got. So that's really what we were trying to. How do I say this without incriminating myself? We were trying to make me look poor, really, really, really poor. We were trying to make me look really, really, really poor. We did a really good job at getting that judge to understand that I didn't have as much money as she thought I did. But imagine going to the scene. See, when I show up is the video y'all watch. That's when I showed up as a police officer. The video y'all watch is what I got. That's the life I got, right? I didn't get to see how calm they were in the courtroom, and yes, your honor, or no, y'all. I don't get all that. I get fuck this nigga, F this nigga, that's what I got. when I showed up. At this point, I got to be honest with you. At this point in the 21st century, I'm having a real hard time feeling sorry for men. I really am.
Yeah.
At this point, I think we are far too educated about the court system, about the privilege that the women are given in the court system. I think we know now. I think it's been well documented at this point. And I think that if you don't know the laws of your state and how the court system works in your state, I think you are an idiot. And it's very hard for me to feel sorry for you when you're going into a courtroom trying to make it seem as though you're the victim.
Yeah.
I think men, unfortunately, we don't get the opportunity to cry. We have to be able to make the right decision before the decision is made. I think that's a curse that men have, is that we have to be able to sort of see into the future. This is how it's going to end up. And then we have to make decisions based on what we think will happen in the future. I don't think it's fair. Yeah, probability. I don't think it's fair, but I think it is what it is as a man. That's just sort of what comes along with it. So at this point in time, in 2024 and going forward, it's very difficult to look at this. And the point five, he flat out lied. He said he didn't throw it on the ground. He clearly threw it on the ground. He had a reason for doing it. I'm not taking that away from him, but he lied to the judge in open court.
Yeah.
So it's hard to believe what he says. And the fact that he's dragging his feet on getting the paperwork to determine if his children or not. There's a lot going on here, and I don't think he is as innocent as he looks. I think it's a part of him that wants to play maybe a very minor role. I think both of them still have feelings and affections for each other and don't know how to deal with that. More so on her side rather than on his. But I think this. Well, ultimately, the issue here is that you have two selfish parents. Both of them are both worried about themselves. Nobody gives a damn about the kids. And what's best for the child. And throughout all that entire video, I'm not hearing what's best for the child. I'm hearing, well, this happened to me and this happened, and I got this text message, and I got this email, and all that. Nobody's discussing what's best for the children, and that's really where my gripe always comes with the child support system, because even when I was in there, JT, I can count on one hand how many times they brought up my daughter and what was best, talking about what was best for her. They never hardly talked about it. We talked about money. We talked about schedule, visitation. We talked about school. We talked about if I wanted to leave and move to another state. We talked about a lot of things. But when it came down to what was best for my daughter, we hardly even discussed it.
Right.
And that was the point I brought up to my attorney to bring up. Hey, are we going to talk about my daughter at any point in time during these proceedings? And my lawyer kind of gave me that look like chill out. Because he knew where I was going with this. Like, we doing a whole bunch of talking about nothing. But I'm just saying, as a man looking at other men, it's very difficult at this point in time. I truly believe, and I land here, I truly believe that the only way to get the court system to change is when men decide to stop having children. And then when they decide to stop having children, there will be no need for the court system. And therefore, there will be pressure on them to change the laws in order to get men back into the court system. Right. Otherwise, there will be no need for them, and these judges, there will be no need for family court judges. But until men have decided collectively, we're going to stop having children with you until the laws are changed, this was going to continue. We're watching Fresh and Fit. He's getting ready to go through all this nonsense now down in Florida. And his shit going to be tough, right? Yeah. When these men decide, I'm going to stop having babies, I control my seed, you can't have it, then things will change.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen, y'all, we got another member in the building. Now, I don't know if this is a word, but I'm just going to put the acronyms out there. ADV, is it ADV 3? That's probably what it is, but I appreciate your membership, man. We got another one that's in here. We got a family member, y'all.
That's AD8.
88.
88.
Okay, see, it's funny when I be trying. I probably would, if I was in the chat, I probably would have figured it out. But 88, man, I appreciate it. Most definitely. Salute to you, man. Most definitely. Now, Mr. Payne, do you have any? Do you feel sorry for the brother? Do you
No.
have any remorse for him? I already knew
No.
your ass wasn't. Boomers don't give
No,
a fuck
no,
no
I
more.
don't.
They just
Mr.
don't
Bennett
care
said it
about
really
these
well.
youngins.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Mr.
No, go
Mr.
ahead, man.
Bennett
I'm just
said it
fucking with you.
he said it really well. I mean, I can't add to it. I mean, yeah, like I said, Mr. Bennett said it. I don't want to repeat what he said. I'll just go with co-signing what he said about this whole situation. But the thing about the legitimization, I really still can't see the guy. First, he should have said, I don't know whether he got a DNA test. It seems like he loves this son, maybe, maybe not. So let's assume he knows it's his son. But I'm sure it doesn't seem like he was the kind of guy, so let me get a DNA test to be sure. Because all this shit could go away if he didn't even do that. If he did that. But the whole legitimization thing, the fact that he didn't do that is very troublesome. It really is. So I don't have no real sympathy for him.
So, Dr. Steele, what do you have to add to this? Because I know that you've been diligently looking, dissecting.
JT, real quick. To Mr. Prototype, I'm curious about something. Just real quick, it's a yes or no question. Mr. Prototype, does the man have to pay for the DNA test to get legitimized? Does he have to pay for it?
I didn't do that. I mean, because I knew they were mine. But maybe. Like they look. My kids look like me. Like, you know what I'm saying. I know they're mine. So it's just I couldn't deny it if I wanted to. So I didn't go through that step. I just slid in paper together and legitimized. But even if you did though, it's a small thing, and then it's not expensive to do to go through that process. It might have cost me what $150 maybe.
If you request
and I didn't get a lawyer.
Yeah, if you request it through the courts, it won't cost you. Like, as soon as you go to court that first time, just request it before you go through it, because this is how that stuff circle back. Let's just say you legitimize the child, and I'm not saying there's other types, but we see how you've done it, come back with a child. So I would recommend do it. Once you go legitimize, go get the DNA, get the child's last name and your name. Anything happen to you, anything happen to that child, y'all go have each other regardless.
They don't add the DNA test into the legal fees, the court fees.
No.
At the end.
But some states do, some states don't. If you do it when the baby's a baby, like I'm talking 6 weeks, 6 months old, that's the best time to do it because the courts.
Just the CVS test is you can use it in court, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you can pay for it.
It don't matter how old they are. Like that. I mean, that's also what $80 maybe. Like it doesn't cost much to get this stuff done. It's just some legwork. You know what I'm saying? I truly think men really don't want to be fathers to their kids. But
call me a little bit confused. Why doesn't the woman have to pay for this?
Who cares?
Well, I'm just asking the question. She knows the children are hers, right? I mean, she knows.
Well, they came out of her, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they can't. So why doesn't she have to pay to find out who the father of her children are? If it's a question.
Great answer.
Because I mean, don't you gotta defend yourself though? Like in the court, like I think you said you was an officer, right? Like, isn't it on the defendant to prove that he's not guilty or whatever?
Not that way. Not in family court.
No. Everybody has the presumption of innocence.
And he's already assumed to be the father, but not really. That's some crazy ass shit. That's
right.
Like
so
you're
in
the father on one end, but you're not the
case,
father on another one.
Right. In this particular case, it would benefit him, right? Because if they aren't his, then he can get out of this, right? But on the other hand, if I'm looking at it as if, okay, if he wasn't presumed the father, why would he go in? Unless the court has already put something on him and he's paying for the children, and now there's a question about paternity. But if there's no question about paternity, why would he go take the test? In fact, she should be the one to pay for it to determine who's the father. Now, his particular case, this benefits him because he's already been presumed the father.
Yeah, it's because of this.
There's a step before that.
It's two sides to this. You have child support, and then you have paternity. they're separate, and that's the problem. That's why when you have somebody to come in court and they're trying to talk about custody in a child support case, they say no, this is a different case. We're not talking about establishing paternity. We're not talking about any of that. We're not talking about custody or nothing. What we're talking about is child support. How much are you guys going to pay? How much are you going to split? So it's two. On one end, he's presumed the father. On the other end, he has to legitimize in the state of Georgia and whatever other states that's on there, because there are two different sides to that case.
But even still, for her to put him on child support, that means she's already pressed charges against him.
Yes.
And he should have responded to that. He had an opportunity to respond to that, and he did not. He was neglectful, and that's how he ended up on child support, by not showing up at court or at whatever, you know what I mean?
It was a default against him, and now he got to fight himself out of that default now. But before we keep starting, I'm gonna let you know, Hink, we see you right here, man. You ain't in the back. You are actually on the thing, but because your video is not up, your camera is not on, it just has you in the back. That's all. But you on here, man. What's going on with you, bro? You muted. He must have walked away.
Good. How about yourself?
Okay. Oh
good?
Man, we good, man.
Me?
We good. We got you. Okay. Yes, sir. We got you.
Okay.
Most definitely. So Dr. Steele, what do you have to add on that from your observations, man?
Well, I don't know much about the legalization and everything, but for what I'm seeing in this video, it seems like the guy was being as careful as possible of how he was handling the whole deal, when it comes to what to do to her. Now, they say that he what is it picked her up and slammed her down. What did he actually do? Because for what I'm seeing is, all he did was push it out, even though he didn't admit it. He was doing everything possible to get her, away from him. He was just being careful. But the thing that really gets me is, as far as the evidence, it seems like the guy had more evidence than she did. Chats, videos, or what have you. But the woman didn't show anything. Now, I also want to ask, who actually had the main custody of this child?
Say that again. I didn't hear it.
Who actually had
The mom.
most of the custody of that child?
The mom.
The mom.
But
And
you can say that,
which I found very interesting, that she's the one with the custody. Now, I was thinking if she's this crazy towards the dad, my concern would be, how crazy will she be towards the son later on? That's a big concern right there. Anyway, I know the man, he's going to get his stuff together soon. And with all that evidence that he had, it's going to end up in his favor one way or the other. Yes, he made some mistakes, but it's going to all end up in his favor. That's all I got.
All right. Grooming. Have you ever been in court yourself, man? Have you ever went through something like similar to that?
Kind of similar, but not exactly the same. Years ago, my psycho ex knew the judge, so she got what she wanted out of it. So she has the system played against me, unfortunately. It can be very uncomfortable. If you're you're getting crucified no matter what, you can't win. In that situation, it looks like either way. My question is, he got arrested for whatever reason. Why didn't she get arrested too? She's busting his house open.
No, she got arrested. He did.
Oh, she did. Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, she got arrested. He didn't.
My thing is in my own home, I got cameras everywhere.
And he let her in, by the way.
I'm sorry.
He let her in.
He let her in.
Yeah, that was another thing. He had.
He said it on the video. He said, he said, if I would have known you would act like this, I wouldn't have let you in.
I think that was Miss Locke Smiley too, man. Welcome to Miss Locks. She was the one that pointed that out. Also, that said he done lost all goddamn control. Once he did that shit, it's like, dog, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? It's that shit's crazy, man. That shit's goddamn crazy.
It's funny because people give me shit. I'm like, every single room in this house has a camera. I'm not even joking. Even my bedroom. Don't ask about the cameras I've seen, but that. I have cameras everywhere from doors and everything. Even the very first day I put these cameras in my apartment, I see some of the most creepy shit out. And like people like literally trying to go through my mailbox and so weird shit like that. I have cameras everywhere. I'm paranoid. I'm not even joking. I'm like, if something's gonna go down, I got evidence. Simple.
Yeah.
Because I had things had happened back a few years back when I used to carry a firearm. Somebody broke in my house. I shot him right in the nuts. Back then, it was shoot to kill. If somebody broke in your house, when you say in Pennsylvania, they changed the law now. But if I didn't have those camera footage, I probably would be in handcuffs. The cops said to me that night. But because I had those cameras, he looked at me and goes, "Have a good night." I'm a big fan of cameras.
I'm a big fan of guns.
I'm a big fan of both.
Right.
Trust me, that guy with a 45 hollow point to his nutsack, he probably remembers me really well.
Yeah, I bet he did.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that shit.
Nope.
Scorch the earth. All right, man.
What up?
What's going on, man?
Not much. What's up, all y'all? I'm gonna say hello again. Hey, speaking on that video, y'all was talking about how the rights and the things of that nature. In the state of California, I'm gonna tell you something that some of these courts don't. I don't know how it goes in other courts. But when me and my first wife got divorced, we have 3 children. You want to know what the judge told us?
What's that?
Turned around and told both of us, said, it's a good thing that y'all came in here to establish paternity because as far as the courts is concerned, even though them are your kids, they belong to us.
Damn.
So basically what they were saying was, because of the fact neither one of us established a paternity because we was married, and the only time that it was paternity was custody was granted to whoever, and it was granted to whoever who filed first. They basically was saying you have no ownership over your own child, even though my ex-wife looked at the judge like they was crazy. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I bore these dead kids. What didn't matter. So I've been through it. Me and my wife now, we're separated basically behind the BS that my first wife did, because I knew when this thing first started, when the video first started, I knew it was behind another chick. Knew it.
No doubt. Because
my ex-wife didn't trip with me until she found out that me and my wife now got together, got married, and was moving on. Got into a house, the whole 9. The minute that happened, it was like a switch went off. Girls turned around, man, called social services on us, put me through the court system. Here go another thing, that guy was real lucky. He lucky his son was young and it was too young to be interviewed by a court appointed attorney, because that's something else that they do in California. They interviewed all 3 of my children, and it didn't matter what was said. 2 of my children turned around and said that it was a mother that was sitting up there tripping and whatnot. And they didn't have no problems with me and my wife now. My youngest boy, mama's boy, whatever mommy said, that's what it was going on. The first time when I went up in there, the judge granted her everything. Turned around a year later, we ended up going to court again. Even though I won, I still took a loss. Them assholes turned around and made me pay an extra $600 a month already on what it was that I was already paying, because of the fact that they said when she filed, even though I was current, basically I didn't pay the remainder of what it was that I should have been paying during that time. Then after where I won at, for the last 2-3 years now. For 3 children, I started out paying $1,800 a month for all 3. That was on top of another $825 that I was paying for my oldest son. So I was paying a total of about $2,300 a month for about a whole year. Turned around, come to find out at the end of the day, when it was all said and done, the judge knew what she was doing. And the judge told her, said, ma'am, I don't want to see you back in here no more about no dang money. I'm giving you what you need to get for the next 6 months. And then after that, his child support dropped. I have 50-50 all the way down the line, parental and custodial. But they still made me pay child support, even with all that. When you have, and see in the state of California, I don't know how it goes in every other state, but basically when you have 50-50 straight down the middle, both physical and parental.
Legal, yeah.
Yeah, you don't pay any, you're not supposed to pay anything because it's really, they still made me pay for my daughter, which is but it only dropped to $309 after that. So I came out winning on that end. But man, hey, that woman sent me through the ringer. I'm telling you right now, these chicks would do anything they can when they cool until it comes to another female that they think that they deem they all of a sudden they don't want their child around.
Yeah.
And so I know exactly what that now where he messed up at. He let her in the house. He should have already known because I'm pretty sure that ain't the first time she went 8150 on his butt.
Yeah, and he just didn't have, the thing is too, man, he didn't have his personal affairs together because he's in between, again, even when he
had too many goddamn kids and too many women he had them from.
Well, it wasn't the kids himself, it was the women that he had them with. It was
that's what I'm saying.
He pitting the women against each other because he's sloppy with his shit. You don't never put all these goddamn women around, and no, if you're gonna be a man of you keep them separated first and foremost. Especially when it comes down to that, because what you don't want is those kids to see these goddamn women acting like children. Because guess what? You between a rock and a hard place. She put her hands on you. You can't put your hands on her. And if you do put your hands on her, it would have been really bad.
Going to jail.
You going to jail for him if he did what she did. You know what I'm saying? My man Hank is in the building. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Hank. I told you, brother, to leave that chick at the curb. Stop leaving her at the table.
You're going to definitely leave her at the restaurant, man. Hey, did you see the video, bro?
The video I seen, you talking about the one where they was in court, looked like family court or something?
Yeah, it was family court. It was just virtual. Yeah. So as far as with my man, did you see how he was handling his business when it came down to not being proactive with his protecting himself? And I think that's one of the problems that we have as men when it comes down to being put on child support or even being in the danger of being put on child support. I think a lot of us, man, we just drag our foot on a lot of shit. And one of the reasons probably would be because we don't think the shit gonna happen or something. I have no fucking idea on why a lot of guys, knowing that the court system is fucked up, don't protect themselves. What do you think about that, man?
Yeah. I mean, when he sit there and said that prior to she sent a crazy text, right then and there, man, she shows she has the ability to act the fool. So I would have told her we're gonna meet in a neutral place. You know what I'm saying? I know here in the city of Louisville, that they have a specific place where it's kids drop off, and one of them's at the sheriff's office. That's probably what I would have did with her. There's no way I would have brought her to my home. I would have brought her somewhere in public so we can have other witnesses. So, just try to protect yourself, keep yourself covered. You know what I'm saying? Because she got that cray in her, and nothing you could do now. You got to deal with this heifer for the rest of his life, man. So, and that boy's young, so he got a long time coming. Even when that boy's old enough to really have a say so, when he's in the teenage years, she's still gonna be involved. She like you said, she's always showing signs of she don't like him around his new girlfriend. Lord forbid he get married to the woman. How's she gonna act? And she ain't involved with nobody. Yeah, she gonna be big mad.
Yeah. And you know, another thing though, man, is that one of the things that brothers need to stop doing is when they're in a new relationship, stop telling her all your business with your goddamn your baby mama. A lot of dudes fuck up on that shit too. They sit back, they don't know how to compartmentalize the situations, because a lot of times you just open yourself up for that other woman to use that shit against you. So then you will have baby mama 1, baby mama number 2, and then the potential baby mama. And the one that you're in the current relationship with, all she doing is looking at how you handling your business. And as soon as y'all get into a fucking argument, guaranteed she gonna pull that shit up on your ass too. She's definitely gonna do it.
You gotta tell the girl
your new whatever thing, your girlfriend, wife, whatever, does not need to go with you to go pick up the kids. Don't need to be at all the sporting events. Don't need to be at all the birthday parties. They don't need to be at all these functions all the time, especially if that's not your wife. I see that a lot. I used to get a lot of calls, and it used to be on the pick up and drop off. Well, why is your girlfriend here, sir? Well, she was just with me. You should have dropped her off at home because you knew that this was just going to be a spark plug to start some chaos. You knew that. You brought her on anyway. Let me tell you something. A lot of these dudes like the drama. A lot of these dudes out here like the drama, this child support, this child custody. They enjoy this shit. They think that they're getting one up. Even in this case, I wrote in the chat, this dude talks too much. He was winning. He almost shot himself in the foot.
Yes,
he was winning. Just be quiet.
Yeah, most definitely. Most guys don't know. That's why I was saying in court, man, it's crazy. Because I was looking at a couple of these court cases, man, and one of the things I see where you will see a guy that knows that his shit is in danger. Because if you see a lot of these family court cases, the only thing they're talking about is his money. How much do you make? What job you got? Do you have any other assets? They're asking him all the fucking questions. The only thing they ask her to the most is, are you still working? Are you still employed at the other job? That's basically it. They ask a couple of little motherfucking questions, but when it comes down to him, do you have any pensions? Are you getting any retirement?
Roth IRA?
Man,
Yep.
that shit
They gave me a whole worksheet, JT. I had a whole worksheet I had to fill out. It was about a page and a half long, and it basically asked me where all my money was. How many bank accounts do you have? Do you have any brokerage accounts open? Meaning, do you have any stocks? How much real estate do you own? If you own any, do you have a mortgage? How much do you have left on the mortgage? Do you have any you have any cars? Do you have any auto loans? How much is left on the auto loans? Like, it's the whole worksheet I had to fill out. And I remember asking my daughter's mom, "Did you have to fill out a worksheet?" And she was like, "Nah." They just asked me how much money I made.
Yep.
I was like, "That's crazy."
And in some states, you got to give them 2 current pay stubs. Current
W-2s.
And your tax form. It's like, that shit.
And your taxes for your last 2 years. I had to bring those too.
Yeah. It's not a good feeling at all. So my question would be, we already established that we can't feel sorry for these cats that's out here when it comes down to putting their dick on the line, right? Putting their livelihood on the line.
Am I the only one who think of this like, why don't you wrap your shit up so you don't have fucking problems?
Yeah, it's like taking care of your business. But the thing is this, it's more than that. They don't care until it shit start happening to them. Look, it happens. You get, you be in a relationship with a woman, you get married and y'all break up, and that's just what it is. But you got a lot of these guys, man, got 3 and 4 fucking cases. It's bad enough to have that one case, man. It is not a good feeling at all. And the craziest part is, I said, well, shit, that's maybe what we probably need to start taking some of these young men to fucking court and sit their ass in there in that family court for 2 or 3 hours so they can see where their life going to be if they keep being
a baby
reckless.
daddy scare straight program.
Yeah, because just telling somebody to wrap it up ain't gonna tell them shit.
Here's my thing: you hear this all the time. I don't care. again, I work with a lot of young guys at my job, and I hear all the time they don't want to wrap it up. I tell them, dude, you don't wrap your shit up, and you have like 6 little mini babies running around. Don't come bitching. You know, you're not going to school. You have a shitty job, and you're working all these crazy fucking hours because you weren't responsible.
And listen,
And
I got a way to get them to wrap it up, JT. This is what you do. For all men, you have a portion of their check taken out for potential child support, and you only get it back when you reach a certain age. And if you don't, that way the money already taken out. I bet you they would put a condom in. I bet you they put on a condom in. If the money was already getting taken out of their check for child support, even though they ain't got no kids, and they want that money back in 20, 25 years, you'll be eligible to get it back when you're 45. I bet you they put a condom on there.
That shit will be crazy if you. It's like right, you bank and you put some escrow in it. It's kind of like
yeah. We'll put it in the money market for you. It'll grow. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about all that. We'll put it in the money market for you. It'll grow for you, but you're not getting it back until you prove that either you had the kids because you was married, and that's cool. That's one thing. Or you didn't have any kids out of wedlock at all. I bet you they put a condom on there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You want to know what's weird? I mean, this is the most effective type of birth control there is next to abstinence. I mean, men has the most effective. You know, the women, you know, you talk about Plan B and all that, but, you know, is there a chance that a pill does not work?
Oh, it worked too good. Make you sick. You can't have any kids now when you want kids. Your hormones are fucked up. Your thyroids are fucked up because you thought you was out there cookie cutting shit. I'm going to just fuck all the motherfuckers I want to fuck, but I'm going to keep taking these pills and Plan Bs and going to get abortions and all these different things. Yeah. But the problem is this. I'm going to say it. I don't even want it because they hard-headed. My whole thing is talk to the man then. They don't want to be responsible. We want to be responsible for our own livelihood. If it's just for that you want to have a great livelihood without that burden, that's who you have to talk to. Because once men you start beating a man down, he's going to start making other concessions so he don't get that shit fucked up. With women, they will sit there and the shit will happen to them. And what would they do? Cry? They would they would get on fucking social media. They would get all kind of motherfucking charities coming to them, GoFundMe's, all kind of shit. Other women, it'd be the women that would sit back and they would say, but you got to understand, she was raised, you know, with not a father, and you have to understand. With men, it's like, so what? His father wasn't there. His father wasn't there. It's kind of like that type of shit. What men have to understand is you don't have any friends. You don't have anybody on your side. Even your mama, at a certain extent, won't be on your side when it comes down to this shit. The best of women would still do but still when it come down to women. But when it come down to even their sons, well, you knew that you can get her pregnant. So if we know that as men, right? We need to start taking those concessions. We need to start taking on our own accountability. All that wrap it up shit, nope. You do it. You navigate through this world. Look at how all these other men protect yourself at all times. Do all the things that you're supposed to so you don't be with these other guys like what these other guys are. Because ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for your ass. And you don't want nobody to pity your ass. That shit look crazy than a motherfucker. I didn't hear you, Doc.
Yeah. I mean, there's no side effect to it, you know, to wearing a condom. I mean, unlike the other forms of birth control, no side effect at all.
Yeah, you might still be horny if you can't come. That's about the only side effect. Yeah, you're right. That's about it. But there's nothing that'll tear your system up. You are absolutely right. So even when, for instance, we will make sense with women, right? We would sit back and say, listen, why don't you pick a man that actually want to marry you, right? because look at what you got against you. You got a 35% and sometimes even higher chance of dying while giving birth, being ill while giving birth. I've known women that ended up having lupus, ended up having all kind of other things happen after they give birth. Also, birth defects can happen. Now you have a child that you have to take care of for the rest of their life, even when they're adults. You got a lot of things going on against you. Why would you go through all of that for a man that you don't love, honor, and respect?
JT,
Why?
JT,
They would still have a fucking.
Can you hear me,
go ahead,
JT?
bro. Yeah,
Listen, I mean, everything you said is absolutely true on both the women's and the men's side. Since the beginning of time, all the precautions, all the smart things to do haven't stopped people from following their true nature. That's what that's about. Like when you tell men about like all the stuff we're talking about is consequence, right? Every man, that's why we can't feel sorry for men, right? You stick your Johnson and Raw on a chick, you know what's going to happen, especially if they're a certain age. And it's the fact that they keep doing it, knowing the consequence. I mean, knowing the consequence, but not really seeing themselves having to live out the consequence is absolutely still their fault. Because it's not like they're ignorant. So every time you see a woman get pregnant, when she gets pregnant with a guy, whatever, she'll say, I was young. But that doesn't mean she didn't know what would happen if she let a guy raw dog. She knows that this guy was a no good son of a bitch, but I'm going to give him some raw putty. Anyway, all of that stuff is just kind of a natural inclination that supersedes all the caution. And it's everywhere on both sides. And that's what I'm saying. It's a basic kind of thing that overrides common sense. And when men become old enough, they start to weigh the shit that they have against at the moment of sex to say, listen, if this shit ain't worth it, so I'm going to wrap up or I'm not going to do it tonight. And just say to yourself, how, in percentages, we don't have to go through it, how many men can do that? In percentage.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I can remember where some women even gave men ultimatums. You're either wear protection or we're not going to do it. Women used to do that. Now I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, you know what's going on, Doc. Come on.
Like you should play the song.
Come on, Doc. Women like it raw.
They like it raw, man.
Yes, sir. And that's why I look at this as two dynamic situations. As we go on it, we've been hearing these spaces, man. It's important, fellas, now to start thinking about the laws to benefit you. You have to start thinking about the laws, man. These are the things that hold you back for 10, 20, 30 years. You see the different little cases that are coming out. You got to apply this to whatever state you live in. And that's why it's important, if you're a young man and you're on your grind and you're trying to move up, do not have children out of wedlock. I ain't saying don't have sex. You got to figure it out. And if you're young and you meet a woman, stop wasting time. Ask her if you want to get married, ask her. If not, then you're going to have to figure it out, man, because you will set yourself back for 30, 40 years. You ain't driving no Teslas. You ain't getting no house. You ain't doing nothing. You buying, it'll put you in a scary situation. So, and women just act accordingly. Your golden ticket is your body. You start giving it up too soon, 15, 16 years old, 2 or 3 babies in, your whole neurological, psychological, biological, everything is wired different at that point. So you just got to be a little different, ladies. Y'all running out your oil shit. Y'all burning your oil too soon. Let the car run a little bit. It's like, it ain't having sex, but dang, everybody get to shoot up the club. It just don't make no sense, man. So y'all got to figure this out, young folk out there, Other than that, man,
Fresh. Hey, Trey, Fresh. This guy spent the whole career talking all this shit. And he's in the pickle right now. I mean, show after show, year after year, talking all that shit. And the first thing he does is stick a Johnson in this chick who got a nice little soft voice and shit, nice banging body. I'm good.
Don't even take his own advice.
And now he's trying to use the legal system to kind of distract people from his poor
See,
decision making.
that's just
But the truth of the matter is that he's a hypocrite, and he's a hypocrite, and he didn't follow his own teaching, and he's out
exactly.
here getting women pregnant, and then basically trying to finesse his way into her getting an abortion. A termination. You know what I mean? He tried to finesse her into getting one, and then now he's trying to pull the. So she did break a law in Florida, so she's gonna have to deal with that. She did absolutely broke the law in Florida, and they're gonna deal with that portion.
The recording it, you have to be
the recording it, and then like the way she went about it. I guess Florida has some sort of law where you can't do that. That's illegal. It's a felony on top of that. So she's gonna have to deal with that part. However, that's not gonna stop her from collecting child support. Like none of that's going to stop the fact that the plan, the trap that she laid out, because I do believe that she knew exactly what she's doing and she's not innocent, right? The trap that she laid, it worked. It worked. And this is another thing. You get a lot of these guys who like to play this like lover boy game, where they sort of tell a woman everything she wants to hear and all of that, and I'm going to marry you and all that. Well, this is the end result in some cases, where the woman believes you. And then she starts to lay out her plan. And now her plan is to get pregnant by you because you told her that you're going to marry her and that she'll be a good mom. She was telling the story about she vapes a lot, and he told her to stop vaping because you're going to be a mom. And, the whole thing's a mess. But all I know is this is why I take everything that everybody says on the internet with a grain of salt. Because what they're actually living in real life versus what they're preaching are two different things in most cases. By the way, I put a pro stock tip in the chat for people in the condoms to have the stock market pay for your condoms. That's what I do.
Yeah, Trey. I'm sorry, dude, but your little flowing head thing's freaking me out here, dude. You gotta do something about that shit. And the condom shit in the back. What are you promoting like a condom trade?
Honestly, look,
you got condoms in the back. That's funny.
Listen, I've been out of practice for a while. Do we even talk about condoms anymore? Like, seriously, like back in our day, we used to talk about don't carry the condom in your wallet. If it's been in your wallet for more than a year, then it's no good. Replace it, and all this kind of stuff. But I don't know. Do we even educate men on? Because I put in there. It's like you're right, Dr. Steele. It is relatively effective. Like I said, theoretically, it's like 98% against pregnancy, but in practice, it's 87% because folks aren't necessarily putting them on right. They're not, again, are we educating young men on the proper use and maintenance and how to carry condoms? We're not. Somehow that got dropped at some point, and I don't know when, but that could be part of the issue also. We grew up in in the 80s, 90s, we grew up in a condom generation. Shout out to KRS-One, the J, the I, the M, the M, the Y, the J. You know what I'm saying? So we had that, but no one's been talking about it.
It had to be at the turn of the century, because I graduated in 2002 in high school, and we didn't talk about condoms at all throughout my high school.
Wow.
So it had to be at the turn of the new century. We didn't talk about condoms at all in high school.
That's
matter of fact, we didn't even have a sexual education class at all.
That's crazy.
Well, Mr. Miller, when women stop requiring them, is where the demand started to go down, right? If you could have sex without it, men ain't gonna try to force that issue.
Yeah, but again, KRS tried to warn the brothers back in the day, man. This is 1987. He came out with that track. So
that's right.
The men were telling men to sort of not just for pregnancy, but for gonorrhea or any other diseases that was out there. So that was the message. It was like
and you had the Jungle Brothers. They also came out with it first.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we got to bring back.
I think one of the only ways to get men to truly understand this is to really break down the numbers to them and explain to them just how expensive a child actually is. I don't think a lot of guys really truly understand this. We're talking about anywhere between $250,000 to $500,000 when it's all said and done. And I don't think most men realize that. I did the math. I think when it's all said and done, child support, I'll pay close to almost $300,000 in child support. And that's what I always say. Cheap box is typically the most expensive box. The box that you fall in love with typically costs you the most in the end, in the long run.
Right.
More than the long run. That's neither here nor there. But I'm just saying. I think if we start to push to the younger guys, dropping your load at her, that's $500,000. I hope you got 500,000 because that's
Right.
500,000.
But I don't even know. I don't even know like what, like, just back to the condo conversation. Like, what's the tech? Because again, I'm talking 30-some years ago. I don't know. And the problem then used to be brothers say, "Oh, I can't feel anything." But now they got the super thin, they got the rib, they got. So I would think the technology is such now where it's almost or as close as possible to feeling as if you have nothing on. So I don't know where the technology is, but
Shit, Trojan came. Trojan that made a motherfucking. They leading now. Shit, they at one point Trojan was garbage.
Yeah.
All that shit was garbage as hell. And Lifestyle came out. See, look at that. We can talk about. I know.
I haven't
came out
heard
and just
Trojan
started-
or Lifestyle in decades. I just haven't heard.
But
everybody be trying to
But
get
I'm
it.
saying there
But-
are so many different kinds. Like they're extra sensitive. They're
Yep.
banana. They're chocolate flavor. They have even flavor kinds now.
The only thing we had that was that close was lambskin, and that shit was that
But
shit
that was they
terrible.
said that was the one that's most likely to break was the lambskin. They definitely
Yep.
said go with the latex. The lambskin, it felt the best, but yeah, your wrist.
My personal favorite is a tuxedo. I like to be fancy.
But here's the thing, fellas. This is the crazy part, and this is where I give some cahoots to the old school is that a lot of these guys out here just and here's the funny part. Most of the children are being born by a smaller group of guys than it is more guys who don't have children. So these guys are running through whatever and everybody that they can get their hands on. And I don't know, man. They're messing it up for everybody, the men and the women. And
you don't hear most of them. You don't hear them talking about condoms, right? They're talking more about what's that shit they be that honey shit. All these things fucking with your
not the honey pack. You talking about the honey pack?
They
That's
talk about shit that fuck your heart up.
But they doing shit to just fuck up your insides. That's why everybody running around out here just putting each other on fire because everybody just doing.
But JT, you know why they gotta do the honey pack though.
But that shit is nasty. Wear a condom with the honey pack. I mean,
they gotta use the honey pack because there've been lower numbers of reported ED in men because of all of the adult entertainment they've been watching lately.
Yep.
So the reports of ED have increased. So that's why they all are hopping on honey pack. I mean, even Fresh and Fit is pushing Blue Chew. But they pushing Blue Chew to
they get no exercise.
You know what I mean? Like,
they need to be running
like
around. They're not going to get no exercise. That's how you got to be out in the sun, build up that vitamin D. Hell, back in the day, we was fucking running up and down that basketball court. We was playing football. We was outside. These motherfuckers sitting in the house and twiddling their little peanut balls and shit.
I do find it interesting. You got guys like, they're marking that Blue Chew to like 25-year-olds. I mean, it used to be for the guys up here on this aisle. That's what
we should be the ones using that shit, right?
You got these 25-year-old guys using Blue Chew. I'm like
25 years old, man. My shit.
It's because there's a heavy increase in viewership of adult entertainment. A lot of these guys are whacking it every night, and you know what I mean. And when they finally got a real woman standing in front of them, they don't know what to do anymore. The parts ain't working.
So they going in empty. They shot. They
Yeah.
shot.
So it's funny because I had a friend of mine. She told me she went out on a date, and they were at the bar and they were getting ready to settle up their bill or whatever. And I guess he was gonna like try to sneak the pill in, but he fumbled it. He might have had too much drink, but he fumbled. He dropped the pill, and so she saw it. Yo, like that's where we at now. Like dudes is having to do the 40 minutes before Cialis like trick. Like they gotta take the pill 40 minutes before,
right?
And it's because A, they're not having any sex, but B, they're not healthy. A lot of these guys aren't healthy. They're not exercising properly. They're not eating properly. And the other part of it is again, there's a mental fog. There's a mental smoke there. And when you get a woman, she's standing there in front of you, and she's smelling good and looking good, and ain't nothing working, ain't nothing clicking no more because she's not She's not what you remember it being on a screen, what her body looked like on a screen. This is an actual real woman now. I feel bad. Like 25. I didn't even know what I didn't even know what half the stuff was at 25 because I didn't need it. Rhino Paxton, Rhino, and I didn't need what's it? All the Jamaican shit. I didn't need none of that.
None of that shit. Only thing you had to do was smell some of that shit that you like run past your nose. Like, damn.
Look, the Trey Ferg. All I needed her was to just rub up against me.
Mm-hmm.
If she just rubbed up against me, that was enough.
Mm-hmm. And I ain't play that. Don't rub up against me if you ain't rubbing up against me. I didn't play that. A woman could not rub up against me, unless by accident, but don't rub me. That's no.
But they also, they on that doggone lean, that damn cough syrup and Sprite, and then they drinking all these damn energy drinks. They doing all kind of shit that they ain't got no business doing. So, yeah, ED is going to definitely go there, and then once they get about 50,
no,
shit ain't gonna work. It's over with. It's kaput.
And so JT, so think about what we're saying. We got young men out here not wearing condoms, not being healthy, suffer from something they should be getting 30 years later and all of their life. Are we really expecting for them to be able to be responsible enough to pull out or to put the condom on at all? Come on, that ain't happening.
Right.
Take them to the court. Take them to the video. Go take them to the court that we just showed. Just take about 10 guys, 21 years old with no children, say like, look, bro, get you a wife or don't have no children out of wedlock because this is what's going to happen. And that was a good case for him.
Look, that was a good case. He could have been really bad, bro. I done seen some way worse cases than that, man. It was one I just couldn't stomach all the way through it. I watched it and I just couldn't do it because the dude was stumbling so much in court. And I'm like, damn, is he high or whatever it was? But it came out that my man was he was trying to be a good father, right? He had custody of his kids because the baby mama, she did the same thing. She went there and started ruining his stuff. She assaulted him. And where he was at, though, she automatically lost those kids. It had her crying. The judge told her, nope, you got to return because she took the kids and didn't want to give them back to him. And so when they went to court, she still had the child. And the judge told her, nah, because the judge was about to give her some of the concessions like, okay, y'all just need to figure this shit out. But when she found out how bad it was with that woman, she was like, okay, I'm not even about to put anything. I'm going to keep it the way it is. You need to go get that man back. That girl was crying so bad. And it got to the point where my man was so nervous, he didn't have a lawyer either, nor did she. It is terrible. When you can't afford a lawyer in family court, that shit it feel like somebody is out there breaking down your soul. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really wins because one of the things that I've noticed with women is that the women, they want to keep having the leverage, which is the kids. So if they lose that, not even if they get it split 50-50, she's pissed off. She's pissed off. All that man want to know is, are y'all going to take 50% of my motherfucking money? And if that ain't, and they say you get every other weekend and all the other shit, I'm going to tell you, he'd be like, I'll take that shit. Because most men don't want to be in court, especially when you have a job and you have money coming because they going to break all your shit down. It does not feel good when you got somebody asking you about your pension. When you got somebody asking you, not only do you have a second job, most men have second jobs. The ones that's working, they have a job, a hustle, and they probably got some other way on how they making some money too, right? And the thing is that she would go in there like a snitch. No, he works at such and such. I'm telling you, I took pictures of him in front of the place. That's where he works at. She's trying to get everything she can out of your ass. But what he wants to do is just get the fuck out of there. It don't work for you when you just want to get the fuck out of there because you're just going to agree to anything. They'll be talking to you and you thinking that the shit is for you because they're not going to show you any emotions in court. And that's another thing. You go in there, if you see how those judges be, you'll think they ain't listening to you. They listening to your ass. And they got the court reporter typing all that shit up. But that judge ain't about to deal with that shit. That judge out here trying to get ready for the next court case. Did y'all hear in the video what she was saying? Bring Mr. King in here. Mr. King was another case. She's already looking at that case already while they talking their shit. That judge don't give a fuck about all that. This is the guidelines. I want to keep my fucking job, so this is what I can do. When it comes down to it, she's not going to be 100% on that man's side. What she will do, though, if she has some type of compassion for him, is to tell him what he needs to do. That's what it is. They're not going to be in that court. They're not going to be on either one of y'all's side. Period.
But
it's fucked up.
You don't think the fact that, again, all the ladies that he's dealing with and whatnot, that doesn't has to play in the judge's mind in terms of some bias against him?
Absolutely do. That's what I'm saying. They don't think that the judge is listening, but the judge is like, she already done made up in her mind how this situation is. She's just trying to get to the next goddamn case. Hurry up, get your shit. Because if you guys seen, I got the raw footage of that video. I had to break that shit down. That shit is about 45 minutes long. I had to break it down to 20 minutes because the girl was out there trying to find her evidence, the evidence, but she didn't have any evidence. She trying to show the judge. The judge was like, I don't see that little shit. You got a screen. That's a screensaver. No, share it. And the girl was like, I'm not good with technology. Yeah. You young as fuck. Why don't you know how to use a goddamn cell phone? You be on that motherfucker all damn day. Guarantee you can go on her IG. You will see her ass got the butt, motherfucking the butt poses and all that shit.
I bet you.
But she can't even share something on Zoom. Say that again.
I bet you give her $100 to do on Facebook or any social media. She'll be on there like before you know it.
You can do it for free. You just tell her that you're gonna give her a like.
JT, ask her how she's gonna get her child support on Cash App or Venmo. I bet you she'll know how to use that technology then.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one. I like
Hell
that.
Yeah, with her dry begging ass. No doubt.
But she was lying the whole time. You just you could just see her eyes. Her eyes roamed around the room the whole time she was talking about what it is that was going on in the whole situation. The girl was
not only was she lying, but she knew she was. The thing was that she was super nervous because she knew he had Vitio. That nigga was like, I got the Vitio. I'm gonna show you what I got, what she did. That's why she was like stumbling with her words, looking up in the air while she was talking. She couldn't really express anything. She didn't really say too much or nothing. She was trying to paint the picture as if she was the victim. He slammed me on the ground was where she cut to. Even when she was saying the exchange they had, she made it like, she was just like, I told him I just wanted to get my son. So please go over to the room while I get my son. And he was like, nigga, and he hollered. She was trying to really make it seem like she was the victim. You like, no, but the video shows something different, ma'am. What are you doing? She knew she was in trouble.
Some of the video indicted him also. Again, the fact that he did slam her down. I mean, that was evident in the video.
He lied, right?
Yeah,
he did.
I'm saying it didn't make him look that great either.
At the end of the day, yeah, he kind of fucked up. It was to the whole point of this is the thing too, though. He was in court, so his first mind is don't admit that shit. Don't you? If you tell him you can't explain it once you said I did it, right? That was his first mind. That's why he did it.
But that's what the fifth, JT. That's what the fifth is for.
That's what the fifth is for.
See how when I say people don't know I know my rights. No, you don't. That's what the fifth is for.
That's what a lawyer's for, also, because a lawyer would have
told you don't answer that.
Yep, don't answer.
No, the lawyer would say don't answer that.
Unless it's one of them punk ass appointed attorneys. They had one case, man. That appointed attorney wasn't shit. That motherfucker didn't have no questions or nothing. He was just, again, trying to get to his next case. That's it. That family court shit, man. I think that should be kind of mandatory for like 16-year-olds that's getting ready to graduate high school. Take their ass to court, to family court. Let their ass sit in there and see at least 20 goddamn cases. Because some of them cases are easy. Some of them cases, them dudes, they got their shit together. They go in there, they get a modification or whatever it is. The judge say no. He said, okay. He go file again. He know he done been through it so many times where he's like, I got myself in this shit. Or some guys, they have their lawyer, and the lawyer would just show up to represent them because they out of state or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that even, my whole thing is to tell young men that there's a high chance that you will be in family court. There's a high chance. So in the event that happens, this is what you need to do. Damn the whole thing of cover it up and nope, I don't want to tell you that. I'm gonna tell you when you don't cover up, these are the ramifications that come behind it, and your ass is gonna be, and so your future will be in somebody else's hands. That's basically what it is.
All right. Can I ask y'all a question? Let's just say in a utopia, when a mother and a father had a child, right? When you go to court, they would automatically give the child to the father. Do you think, because numbers and there's been studies and all, do you think that the child would fare better in life living with the child?
You live with the father.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, living with the father only, and the mother has visitations, and like he's going to school from the father's house, after school programs from the father's house, everything. You don't think the child would?
Well, that's
fare
presuming the
better?
guy wants to be a father. I mean,
Assuming he wants to be a father. Assuming he wants to be a father.
Yeah.
Because
I think guys who are dedicated to being fathers, I've seen it personally. I just think they're just better parents.
Yeah,
guys
but
that
what I'm
dedicated
saying
to
is,
his children, yeah.
So if in this case the child was born out of wedlock, so once the child is born out of wedlock, the father gets everything exclusive, just like mothers would. And if he wants to be a father, but he should be given an opportunity to be a father, being that once he legitimized the child. Because the point I'm trying to make is, even if I have a child with a woman and I agree to, and if I don't agree to it, they can still conduct an order on me just based off who she says I am. So now to legitimate my child, I'm getting the DNA, I'm requesting it through the courts, meaning the child can now get my name. The child is going, in this situation, I think the mother end up getting the children. Child can come live with him. Now I'm raising the child, getting all of my benefits, and the mother now has to, of course, visitation. You think the child will fare better, right? Do y'all believe the child will come out a little better, a little stable in the mind and successful?
I do.
Again, if the guy isn't bringing any extra drama. Now, again, if you're gonna be a father, a parent to your child full time,
yeah,
just like the women, you can't be bringing extra women around or entertain that situation. Because again, as we've seen, when the situation changes, when you start dating somebody else, and then the mother of the child, then they go crazy and they start doing all this extra stuff, whatever. So just as we talk about women, like if you got young children, you shouldn't be dating. I don't know if you're a single dad parent, I don't know if you necessarily need to be dating either. To again, you just don't want to. If you're gonna be dedicated to it, I think you got to be dedicated. But anytime you bring those extra things into it, you're just opening yourself up for problems, and more so for the child, for the child, especially if they're under 12. They don't need that drama in their lives. They just don't.
So, Mr. Bennett,
one second. Eater Man is in here, y'all. He's not. You can't see him. So, welcome Eater Man to the. Yes, sir.
I just. I was driving home and I heard all this BS up here, so I said, let me come up here, because this idea that if you automatically give the child to the father, the child is going to be in a better situation, is just bad. They took one study and then they tried to apply this to every situation. The best situation for the child is for y'all niggas to stay together. The mother bring traits that a child need, and the father bring traits that a child need too. I don't understand why we make this so hard and try to make it seem like one is better than the other.
No one said that, but no one said that.
That's exactly what.
No. It was given the scenario. The scenario is, again, they're not going to be together. We 100%. I don't think there's no one on this panel who would say that absolutely marriage, number one, or being with the committed relationship, whatever you want to call it, that is preferred, first choice, first everything. But as we see, especially with us, That's not happening at a high rate. We know what the statistics are. So what is the better situation for the child?
So
To be with the mother or to be with the father? So again, sometimes we don't have the choice.
But that's what I'm saying. I believe, and this is my opinion, don't take it offense, it's an ignorant statement for us to say automatically we think that this child will be better with the father just because he's a male. Like I think that is just a bad statement.
So are you implying that the mother's a better option?
I think age matters. I think especially when you're talking about a newborn, I think newborns women are designed to be able to nurture newborns at this first stage. I think y'all might disagree, and you say you can feed the baby formula and all this stuff, but a woman's body was designed to be able to handle a newborn. Now, when we start going up in age, we might have a different conversation, but if you have two people who separate and they got a newborn, typically it's better for someone to be with the child that who can naturally feed them without any outside help. Do y'all disagree with that?
No.
Yeah, I absolutely do. Have you seen what these women eat?
Good point.
No, that's a serious question, Eater Money. Have you paid any attention to the diets of these women?
I have paid attention to the diets of everybody, especially in this stage of my life. And this idea that we believe that majority of the people are just fat and overweight. Well, maybe y'all just talking about the black.
80% of black women are fat, and 80% of that 80% are obese.
So the whole point that I'm making is a woman is naturally designed to be able to benefit that child at a younger age. Now we can play semantics and say, well, she might not eat correctly, so it means that her breast milk won't have nutrients. And if you understand how breast milk works, it doesn't work that way. But the whole point is that typically a newborn is better with a mother than a father. Now, when we start talking about
so at what age?
Yeah, what's a good age?
I believe when we start talking about ages about 5, say 5 for example, I think a child is going to be they're going to be inefficient if they isolate from one parent anyways, right? Not having access to the other parents, right? I think that's that is the recipe for disaster, right? But when you start talking about what age do I think one is better than the other, I just think they have different roles. That's why I don't think it's better. But I do think so. For example, I think women typically raise women better, and I think men raise men better.
So that's it, right? So that's an additional nuance. So you have an age requirement, and there's also a sex requirement. Which I mean, I can get with a lot of what you're saying, no question. But again, given
I don't, Mr. Bennett.
No,
that's fine. Yeah, that's why we're having the discussion. But I agree with you because again, certainly I would rather have a woman's breast milk, regardless if she's eating McDonald's every day, than feeding the child soy-based formula. I think that's bad, just period for kids. I got my own issues with that. But yeah, I mean, you certainly make some concerns early. But the thing is, though, if you say at 5 years old, is the child going to be ready for that sort of transition at age 5? It might be better that, especially whether it be boy or girl, might be age 12, might be more appropriate. At least they might be able to handle it better. But I know if you've been breastfeeding for 2 years and then, that child's really attached to you and then you go say, okay, you're going to go live with your father at this point. I don't know if that transition is necessarily going to be in the child's best interest also, if they'd be able to handle it.
Does the child have to have breast milk that comes specifically from their mother?
So you saying that you want to get another woman to breastfeed your child?
He's trying to start a business.
I didn't say breastfeed. There are other options. There are
Trey's trying to get that breast business going.
Yeah, I know that there are bodybuilders who use breast milk.
They
right?
did. I don't know if they're still doing it, but that was a market. They were actually trying to build
that was a market, right?
Right.
So my question is
in the dairy aisle.
That if I have a newborn, does my newborn have to have breast milk specifically from the mother, or does the child just need breast milk? Period.
Well, I think that we start stepping into the stepdaddy conversation. Like remember we had the conversation that the original father.
Yeah,
Hello,
you moving the goalposts all
no,
over
I'm
the
not.
place.
It's a reason.
Stepdaddy, it's a simple question, either man.
I
If I'm a
know.
single father, because you're making the argument about a newborn, and the argument is about breastfeeding. I'm simply asking if I have a child and I don't want to go that route, but if I had a donor, so to speak, that was going to give me breast milk for my child, is that bad too,
No, what I'm saying is that I'm not
or
saying
does
that
that
they don't.
suffice?
Well, let me ask you a question. I believe
You
the
want to answer
best,
the first?
the best. Well, you gotta let me answer. Damn, y'all keep trying to cut me off. The whole point that I'm saying, I think the best breast milk for her is for the breast milk that shares the same DNA.
You think there's genetic code in the milk?
I sure do. I think it's a difference between if you go get some white people milk and some black people milk. Our milk designed for us, like
Even if the
designed.
white woman is healthier? Even if the white woman's healthier?
I just think that our bodies, it's almost like our body is actually designed for our offsprings. Now I
You know
know
what? I'd
people.
like to hear the science on that. We got to get an actual doctor, OBG. I'd like to hear the science on whether or not that actually plays a role. If
I
it's
mean,
the birth mother's breast milk versus it being just anybody's breast milk. I wonder if that
but
plays a role on the child's brain development.
so Trey, here's the thing. Funny thing about what E-Man is saying is that didn't our ancestors breastfeed our
All them
slaves?
white babies?
And
All them
that's why
white babies?
And
Yep.
that's
they
why the
were,
white folks go
Mm-hmm.
crazy. That's why they
Oh, is that why they crazy? 'Cause they was-
that's why
Oh
they're crazy.
wow!
Either man, hold on, either man, you contradicting yourself because earlier you said that women raise girls better. So wouldn't the black women that were giving their breast milk to the white women, wouldn't that be a good thing?
See what happened is the black women had that sweet milk, and the white folks weren't used to that sweet milk. They wanted some of that builder stuff, and they got to losing their mind when they got older because they had too good of.
okay. Well, the sisters got the sweet milk still. That's why brothers is out here going crazy over.
That milk ain't sweet. That milk is bitter. It tastes like hot sausages, pickles, and sunflower seeds.
man.
Yeah.
No, man.
That's just crazy how you could still have back in the, you had these racist white dudes who were basically brought up on a black woman's breast, and you still racist towards that. That just
insane.
It just tell you that racism is taught. It's not something that's inherited. It's taught. Yeah.
But I'm saying, but you still got to believe it at some point. It's like, wait a minute, you're gonna raise me on this person or whatever, and I'm still gonna say that they're less than human or whatever. That's just mind-boggling to me. That's just how sick it is.
But we see that nowadays. We see that a good example of that is we see how people are raised by their parents and then they end up thinking they're better than their parents because they make more money, which is crazy to me.
Crazy as hell.
But it's not only that. It's like those black women raised those kids. You talking about those parents, like up until age 5, it was that black woman who was in that child's life and reading to them and nurturing them when the parents were all, doing whatever. And still they wind up with these attitudes towards black people. So it's not just the milk they were getting, it was the nurturing that they were getting from that age.
Well, it's proven. It is proven. Well, what you got going? I know Trey gonna say pull the report where it was proven at. But no, listen, it was proven that the first group of white Americans was not as bad as the generations that came. That's kind of why we kind of went towards freedom. Now that first group, they got them groups off of the boat. That was the worst of them, and I think eventually they mind changed because they did vote. White people did free them. We want to be truthful.
You said it got worse with generations when as they came over.
I think they got better. So I think it was worse. That first group of white people was worse. But as the generation went forward, they got better. That's why we eventually was free.
That's,
You know what? Listen,
Shit
just
sound crazy as hell,
just
man.
a sidebar, Eda, man. The reason why we're free is because white people decided that having a union together was more important than having slaves in the South. It wasn't because of us. We were just beneficiaries of somebody wanting the union to become whole across the whole United States, and which I ain't complaining about. But it wasn't because, you know what, we feel sorry. You know, it's time for us to free the blackies, man, because we love them and shit, and we want to pamper them and stuff. No.
Yeah, you gotta listen to him, Eda, man. He was there, Eda, man. He telling you that's literally from the horse's mouth, Eda, man. He was there. He know exactly how it went down. He's still pissed that he didn't find out that they was free until 1865.
You're an ageist, man. You hate old people.
Pain. Tell us about how you used to put horseshoes on the horse.
So which I don't know is that our pain is actually sitting by candlelight right now. It's not actually electricity. You got a bunch of candles. You got a kerosene lamp.
What we agree.
All right, I'm done, Arvin.
I just want to see how honest y'all guys are being. When we really agree, custody should really come down to the most fit parent and not the judge.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Eda, man. But my question is what test are you going to use to determine who's the most fit? I think that's where you're going to have some issues. But I completely agree. The child should go to the not only the parent who's the most fit psychologically, but also the parent who's more financially prepared to give the child a certain lifestyle. We want that child in a certain school district. We want that child in a certain area, getting the best education, being exposed to the sports and after school activities and whatnot. So whoever's financially fit as well also matters to me. But I agree with you, man. Whoever's the most fit should get the child.
I saw this new parenting thing that I thought was interesting. So basically, this is actually really common in the Washington area, and I never heard of it. So what they would do is you would buy a house. So say you and JT and his ex-wife will buy a house, and the kids will actually stay in that house. And Monday through Wednesday, he would come into that house and raise those kids. And then Wednesday through Sunday, the mother would come in. The child never actually changes the houses. Y'all actually have a house together that y'all guys come in where the children actually not packing bags, different things like that, doing joint custody. What do y'all guys think about that idea?
I think that's awesome. That'd be an awesome fucking thing if you can do that. Yeah.
It's awesome if you don't want to start your separate life. Right?
You got an apartment. So both
what I'm saying is if you have another family, right, your spouse is going to have to agree that 3 or 4 days out of the week, you're going to be in another house.
Well, that's why the Bible tells y'all not to get remarried.
Yeah, I think that would be because
if she leaves me, that's it. I can't find nobody else.
No, it doesn't.
That don't make no sense.
But it doesn't. Because it doesn't say that.
Hold on. So you said the Bible doesn't say divorced people don't get remarried?
No, it doesn't say that at all.
Oh my God.
Actually,
okay.
Well, actually, I just found out
the Bible
this morning that there was a verse that talks specifically about marriage, where a woman, let's say a woman is married, right? And let's say she decides, she want to get, like to get a divorce. The Bible said they could separate, but they ended up getting divorced. She can never remarry. If I understand that correctly.
Yep. Philippians, the be specific, Philippians 2:1-3 says that once you divorce, they should not be remarried. I know y'all don't want to follow that part of the Bible.
No, Mr. Bennett, wait for it. Mr. Bennett, he looking it up for you. I've been around Mr. Bennett enough to know when he's like, okay, let me go ahead and just find this.
JT, I
for
can
us.
see his smoke coming out of
to
his
be,
ears
to be
already.
fair, we don't always follow the Bible anyway, so there's that. Everybody don't do everything that the Bible says to do anyway. So
What was that? What was that? What was that verse? Edom in?
So y'all just go put the women in hell forever because they're gonna just be out here giving up the box. Then is that what the Bible saying?
No, what you say, the man? What was it?
Hold
Philippians.
on, I just got over Philippians 1. I'm sorry, Philippians 2, 1 through 3.
Philippians 2, 1 through 3. Therefore, if there's any in Christ, consolation in Christ, if there's any comfort of love, if there's any spirit or any affection of mercy, fulfill my joy, be like-minded, having the same love, being on one accord, one mind, let nothing through selfish ambition or conceit, but in lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than himself. I don't see anything related to divorce there.
I don't know if it was Philippians, but yeah, I was watching something.
Hang on, but either man, he was confident. He put his big joker down on that one. He slammed his big joker. Go look up Philippians 2 verses 1 through 3. He had it. So
hey, either man, was your wife married before you married her?
Ooh.
Oh, he gone?
yes,
He left, JT?
Yes, he was. Yes, yeah. So he's a stepdad to her 2 kids, and now I think he's got 2 with her.
So she shouldn't have married either man then.
No,
So he's a hypocrite.
no, my wife was
So he pulled a fresh on us, Groom. He pulled a fresh on us.
y'all guys hear me?
Trey, can you get out
got
of these things about blood on
Yeah,
your
we got
knife?
you. We got you, either man.
What you say, RP?
Can you get out of one of these things about blood on your knife, man?
Nah, man, because dudes be saying stuff, and I'll be like, but aren't you doing that? Aren't you doing exactly what you're saying not to do?
I guess
No,
this
wait, hold
question,
on. Either
you
man,
want to borrow my Spartan helmet for a day?
That's so funny.
either man was responding. He was responding. What
Was
was
he
you?
at?
What was you saying, man? Oh, he
We
must be
can't hear
back. Yeah.
Yeah. Suddenly he got connected.
Muted.
Struck out.
If you
Mr. Bennett got him right, and then suddenly you got connected.
Nah, I hit him with the left. You hit him with the right. So
Right.
Listen, I know Paul personally, and I know you don't want to mess with him. Comes to that.
hey, when it comes down to it, yeah, man, that's you got to be careful when you come up here. You start.
There is a Bible verse that is really like prophetic. The one that says that in the future that the women will cleave, 7 women will want to be married to one man.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's Isaiah chapter 4, 1 through chapter 1. And it says that, in the future, and we have women sharing men now, but now they want to legitimize it by being wives to one dude.
Or baby mamas.
Yeah. I don't know about whether they're baby mamas or not. They just don't want to be, they want to be legitimized by
but back then you had 700 and concubines. So you had wives and concubines on the side.
So it's kind of going that way because the women are cleaving to a
Who has the time, bro? What was this dude doing with his day? Who has that kind of time, bro?
I get it, bro.
He ain't had to go to work like that.
Didn't he have to rule over a nation, though?
Right, he had to rule over a
I'm
nation.
sure he had some paperwork to do from time to time.
He had a clear head, though.
Yeah,
his head was
He
like
was relaxed. That was the most relaxed dude that was there.
This man was just like, all he did was just have sex. That's it.
Days like
All
the
it is.
Lions, man. The Lions, they gotta do the whole pride. They spend the whole day, like 20 hours a day. Yeah.
Just having sex is insane.
it.
Every half hour.
Yeah.
They busting a nut every half hour, which is crazy.
Damn.
Like when you got JT, you got 8 female lions in the pride. You got work to do.
Yeah,
got a lot
and that's
of work to
literally
do.
all they do because again, the women. That's why actually the reason why the lionesses are smaller is because they're the ones who do most of the work. They're the ones who actually go out and hunt.
Right.
And then they bring it back, and then the male, he just comes in, he just gets his first cut, and then he's like, all right, y'all can have the rest or whatever. So all he does is
he need the energy,
he eats, sleeps,
he
and
got
has
20
sex.
hours of
That is
fucking to
it.
do.
Yeah, eating, sleeping, and having sex. That's all a male lion does.
Well, that's why they fight so hard for the pride.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he been out there working, he out here risking his life trying to get alligator. He like, fuck them gazelles, they too goddamn fast.
But think about this, JT.
For a second here.
Every year, the male lions fight each other for the privilege and right to fuck to 20 hours a day.
And the
every year they do this.
That's right. And the crazy thing about it also is that the lionesses automatically go into heat. So they didn't care about the old. I had so much feelings for the old lion. He was good to me and all that. They immediately start flirting with the new lion. Getting it's like automatic. They just get hit. They just So it's crazy how that works.
They like, girl,
bro, that's like if you watch any if you watch any of them National Geographic like documentaries, it is a savage lifestyle, bro. It's savage.
Oh, yeah. This is crazy because there's no such thing as fair, right? That shit does not exist in that kingdom. That fair shit, no. It is what it is.
I'm just thinking, is that a Gen X thing? It's like, I don't see too many young people. I know my daughters. I don't think they ever watched a National Geographic or Wild Kingdom. I couldn't get enough of that stuff growing up. Even now, I watch documentaries on nature and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know if these Zers and whatnot, they're not into any of that stuff now, unless you just like science or biology.
Why would they watch National Geographic when they can watch reality shows?
You're an asshole, dude.
No, I'm being honest. Like, have you seen them? Like, they have an entire routine. Like, Monday this show comes on, Tuesday this show comes on, Thursday this show comes on. Like, they know exactly what times the shows come on. Here's the thing: National Geographic also is educational too. There's a portion of that that's going to require you to have. Yeah, you're gonna take in some knowledge too.
Exactly. But you used to have Nature, you used to have Wild Kingdom, you used to have like I said, National Geographic, like all those shows. Just the ants, like the army ants, how they cut when they cut the leaf. Every leaf is cut exactly the same. Exactly.
Oh, you know what? You know what I think is hilarious right now? If you watch History Channel, for example, is nothing on there that says history anymore.
Right.
Like what?
Like
I don't have
events.
cable.
It's like current events now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have cable, and I turned it on like at a friend's house or something. I can't remember, and it was nothing about history on it. I'm like, what happened to History Channel?
Yeah, that's crazy now. Or
because
all that stuff used to be free.
Yeah,
PBS, it was free. Now it's like everyone has their streaming channels or whatnot. But that was channel PBS. All that stuff.
PBS was Do you know that's what Bill Cosby was going to turn NBC into? PBS. Yeah. That's exactly what he was going to do. When you going back to the nature thing, when you go back,
hell nah.
And you look at it, does give you perspective.
Exactly.
Because one of the things I was fascinated over was the deep blue sea, right? And what made me very fascinated was because of the octopus. That shit is crazy. This is where you just be like, yeah, man, it's something greater than us. You got a creature with 8 tentacles, and each tentacle has a heart to each one of them.
Yeah.
And it has 9 brains.
Someone even made the claim that it might not even be of this earth. That's
right.
It's so different from any other animal on Earth that it's like it might be of alien origin. That's when people.
That shit is crazy, and you used to can see at least one at a and I've been to at least 4 different aquariums. Mm-hmm. You won't be able to see octopus. They at least have somebody's aquarium used to have at least one octopus. It's very hard to find them for one.
Yeah.
The motherfuckers is way down where it's pitch dark and really, really cold. So it's very hard to even get a damn octopus. The closest you're gonna come from an octopus is what, a squid? And they're far down too. Yeah. But just to see how that part of nature works, even when you're talking about alligators, even when you're talking about, like ants. Though that's a dope ass fucking colony where you see, like you were saying, everything is precise, everything is repetitious. it's like that's what they live, and then eventually they die. That's it. Bees.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't a squid or octopus could be as big as a ship? Some of them.
Man, they said the biggest octopus was like, I don't know about as big as a ship, but it's about bigger than a killer whale, or orca. That's
Exactly.
that's
You
what.
know,
But I'm pretty
Zeus-
sure that there's some
yeah.
shit that's way bigger than that.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
Zeus
saying?
obviously had a pet, the kraken, and then there was an actual the octopus. That's what it was, and he
Mhm.
and then destroy other gods and all whatever the case is.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was literally watching Wrath of the Titans today.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the Kraken,
Ooh.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm talking my shit now.
I think that is like a Gen X thing,
I
a boomer thing.
I got an
man.
idea,
It just-
Grover.
yeah, I
You
just
ain't
don't
gonna
see
like
a
it
lot
though.
of folks. I mean,
Oh, God, what is
we
it?
watched that stuff in school. Like, that was part of, like, when you were in grammar school, part of, like, they would have the TV and we would watch PBS, and that would be either like something about nature or biology or science or something. And to have fun, we watched like Electric Company or Zoom or something like that. But I'm just saying, but we had all that programming that it just focused on some sort of educational aspect. And
I remember one of my daughters,
Well,
man.
this is also why I was talking about, like, when it comes to men in nature, that the idea of like showing off for a woman is coded in your biology. Even in nature, they do this. When a penguin wants the woman, he goes and go gets a rock, right? Peacocks with their birds and their feathers, right? Hey, look at me, right? You have other birds that will go out and go build nests or go get pebbles and all this stuff. Like, this idea for men to do things for women, this isn't a random thing. This is the way it's always been. And even in the animal kingdom, the male animals will do this because they all want the right to mate. We all doing it for the same reason.
But them goddamn robins is simps. He done built her a nest and all kind of shit.
Hey, a lot of the male animals are simps when you really break it down.
Yes.
But I always want to bring the parallel that we're all doing it for the same reason.
Yeah.
Human males, we're doing this. Well, I'm gonna take you to dinner. Well, we want the same thing that the lion wants. The lion is going to battle with another ferocious lion for authority over a pride for one reason and one reason only. It's not to be in control of the pride.
Right.
He for the next year, he's guaranteed food for the next year.
Right.
That's why he's fighting. Yeah, that's why he's fighting.
He's like, I want to fuck, and I want to eat for free, and I want to go to sleep.
I always said it for years. I'll keep saying it. Back in the old times, I'm talking about ancient Greeks, Romans, they had it easier than now.
Mm-hmm. When it comes down to women?
Oh, God, yeah.
Explain that.
Think about it. They didn't have all this drama. Okay, that's my baby daddy bullshit. None of that. You knew that was your child, and that's it. They didn't cheat that we know about, at least. They did, obviously, a little bit, but it wasn't as bad like it is now. Like, you go from one man to the other. You didn't have social media. You didn't have all this bullshit. It was very simple.
But it was only simple because, for one, I have to, just the flip side of that. Every man was not out there getting ass. It was a very small few of those men that was actually getting some ass. That was the difference.
Well, JT, that's because they were too busy at being men and
right,
building
they were
shit.
and
protecting shit. They were being men. They didn't have time to be running around having sex all the time.
They're getting killed
too
in
busy
battle
doing
at
man
14. Right.
A lot of them.
They got sent out into the wilderness at 10. Like, they were too busy being men.
A
By
lot
the
of
time they
soldiers,
35, they old as shit.
a
and
lot of
tired.
soldiers back then, they were farmers and blacksmiths and everything. They were too busy.
Yeah.
They didn't have time to worry about, what my neighbors doing now. Simple.
I can't get no ass. It was at the end of the day that your ass had to be a man. You had to,
But let's not get it twisted though, Groomer. Let's not get it twisted, Groomer. Y'all Greeks had the whorehouses though. I had y'all whorehouses too.
I'm not
denying
that.
The gymnasiums.
We still have them now.
Right, gymnasiums.
Hey, a lot of people, they went over a lot of people's head. They don't know nothing about the gymnasium.
They have no idea what you just said. Yeah.
Trey, you said you had an idea for me earlier. I don't like it. What's up?
that we do all of these movies, all these God movies, but we do them with black people this time.
Mhm.
I'm okay with it.
Because I was watching Exodus earlier today. I guess I was just on one of these kicks, so I just decided I'm gonna watch a whole bunch of mythological, God-like movies or whatever. And I'm looking at Christian Bale. I'm going, this is ridiculous. This man is playing Moses.
Yeah, Exodus.
This man is playing Moses, and I like Christian Bale. I think Christian Bale's a really good actor.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
an actor.
I'm like, this is not right.
That was
This is not
that was
right.
the one on Netflix,
debunk
right?
Something. Let me debunk something. Back then,
So
the day,
I watched it today on YouTube. They had it for free on YouTube, so I just watched it today.
So
Yeah, I
let
was
me
watching
debunk
it
something.
last
Back
week.
in those days, most men in Greece were not white. They were more like the rock complexion, like a medium darkness. I don't know how to put it down.
A medium darkness. That's funny.
That's fuck off.
What the hell? What the hell does medium darkness mean?
Too black, not too white.
They was khaki. They was.
Olive color.
Is it like a mocha brown? Is it a dark mocha?
You have just
I would use that
you have your
word,
white,
man.
you got your black, and you got your middle.
You must ain't seen a lot of black people there. We come in all kind of shades, boy. We'll come yellow on your ass in a minute.
I saw an albino today. I saw an albino woman today.
Yeah.
She was black. I mean, we come
And
in
their hair
all
be
shades.
like, their hair be like red, or it'll be white, or it'll be this sandy brown shit. It's like, whoa.
My homeboy's son looks Irish. He got red hair and freckles.
Wow.
Guys in the back, E the Man's trying to come back up. Y'all seen that?
Oh, okay, my man. My bad, E. I got you. You in here.
See, JT was trying to keep me from on the show because he knew I was coming to cook.
Hey man, this is an equal opportunity over here, brother.
No, I was thinking about something else in the Bible. If Mr. Bennett, can you go to 1 Corinthians 7 and 10?
Oh no, your boy Eugene. Hang on, your boy Eugene Steele. He bailed you out, so he got that. He had that one, and then he had
another one.
I'm just saying, you came up flexing real hard with that Philippians verse. So I'm just having fun with you, bro. So you good though.
So yeah, when I first got home, my daughter needed my attention, so that's why I had to get up off here real quick.
No doubt.
But it tells us not to remarry, but you can do what you want to do. I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't.
For sure.
I'm just saying when people talking against my point that y'all should buy a house and make it more comfortable for the kids, I'm just telling you.
Man, fuck them kids. They'll be all right.
No, I think, but this thing, I don't think it's for everybody, but I do think that's an option, right? For certain lifestyles. I think it would be an option. But yeah, and I mean, by the time they're 16, fuck them kids. I ain't gonna even lie.
But you know what the thing is, JT? Kids are resilient. I think we try to act like kids are like they're soft and they're resilient. Kids are very resilient. I'm not saying this is the ideal situation, but I'm saying that what I've seen, especially being in law enforcement, I've watched kids go through some of the worst situations, and they were okay. Like they dealt with it. I think kids have a way of just saying, okay, it is what it is. I'm gonna deal with it. It's not gonna stop me from going to the playground and having fun with my friends. You know what I mean? Like they just deal with that. I think adults we harbor onto stuff, and we can't let stuff go. But I watch kids go through, some horrible situations, bro. And they really kind of move past it. Obviously, you definitely want to get them the therapy they need to make sure that they're okay. But a lot of these kids are resilient. They'll be okay.
But they say the same thing about black people. They went through the worst part of slavery and they was okay. That doesn't make it right. Just because we all right.
But this isn't about right or wrong. Though. If we sit here and play the right or wrong and what's fair or unfair, we'll be here forever.
But you
have to deal with life as it comes.
But what I was doing was giving a solution for two separated parents, a way that they can be able to make it with that kid still have the same room. Well, they ain't got two separate rooms.
It's not a bad idea either, man. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's an option.
Yeah, for some people that'll work. For me, that would never work because I'm not sharing a home with a woman. So my daughter comes to my house. when it's her time to go back to her mama house, we hop in the car and I go
I,
drop her off, and
I'm
we'll
just
and my daughter will be okay. She'll
well,
be fine.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that put a lot of stress on kids. Now, I know you saying that they'll be all right because you done seen people go through worse. But for someone to have to pack up every week and go, go to somebody else's house, and it's like almost this time like you always on the road. You never have a chance to like settle. And I just understand that, especially from a military background, always on the go. Your mindset is different. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but pack up is relative, right? Because if you have a space for them to live in your house and the other house, they have all the necessities at both houses. So pack up is a relative thing. And sometimes,
absolutely, okay. My daughter has clothes at my house. She has clothes at her mom's house. There's no bag. She doesn't pack up a bag or anything like that. She has underwear, socks, and clothes and shoes at my house, just like she does at her mom's house.
Yeah.
And my daughter's at 5. She's already realized that she can get more because she got 2 homes. She's already hip to the game. At 5, she's already realized, oh, I can get 2 of these now because I need one for mommy's house and I need one for daddy's house.
Well, I'm just telling you. So Trey, you saying that you're gonna get a PlayStation 2 at your mama house and you also need a PlayStation 2 at daddy house too, huh?
Yes, that's a lot of kids try to run that game. A lot of kids try to run that game.
Yeah, especially when the parents ain't talking.
Especially when the parents when they hate each other.
Shit. That's why me and my ex-wife, we like, man, we got to cut this bullshit out. No, we got to talk to each other because they playing our ass. You know what I'm saying?
My cousin, she was one of these kids that had to go back and forth, right? She would ask her mother for money, and then she would go to her dad's house and ask her dad for money. She would get money from both of them because they never talked to each other and realized they was both giving her money.
She got more money than
so
both of them.
We used to go to the mall, like, how do you have all this money? And she's like, oh, I just asked my parents. And the mom and the dad never realized she double dipping.
Yeah, so it should still be a retention, right? This is my thing, man. When you got kids that are starting to, going from 16, 17, and 18, you have to have that house to be a lot more uncomfortable for them. Because if you keep making concessions for them and making them very comfortable, then they're just going to stay there. They're going to be very complacent in life. You don't have to so much as kick them out, but you cannot let them think that that's their house. And that's what a lot of parents fuck up at, is that they keep making their grown-ass child comfortable as if it's their home. And then they be like, where did I go wrong? Because you was making this motherfucker feel like they were equal to you in your home. You made them think that that's their house. So they don't want to get out. They don't want to get out and explore and things like that. And it's a way that we have to do it. One of the things I do know about parenting, man, is that you have to have a great imagination sometimes. Like, that's why I said what you just said, E, that's an ideal. I think it's a brilliant idea for a lot of situations, right? Of course, it won't be for everybody, but what we want to do as parents is be able to guide our children to be productive adults, not for them to be children. We want to raise them to be adults. And a lot of people they end up raising their children to be children. And that's where the problem goes. So, yeah, it's a good idea, but then it has to be a retention on that. We ain't about to do that. This motherfucker 25 years old, and we still got a goddamn house that we sharing, and this motherfucker going, and they still there, and we keep moving back and forth and shit. And these motherfuckers sitting up in this motherfucker, they gonna run our ass in a minute. They gonna change.
Hey, I got a question.
Oh, go ahead, Scorch. Go ahead.
Peter, man, quick question. You say that you think that the parents should stay, even though they separated, divorced, or whatever. You think they should all stay in the same house? Am I hearing that correctly?
No, he didn't say it like that.
No, he was saying basically the child should remain in a stable house, and that the parents take turns rather than the kid going to the father's house for 3 days and the mom's house before. The parent goes to that house so that the kid grows up in a consistent household, and then the parents make the sacrifice to go to the house for that time to be with and raise the kids. So they don't have to change schools. Everything's going to be stable, more stable. If not, is not say it's the ideal situation, but I think that's where he was going with that.
If it was ideal, and if something was let to work, be able to work out, they'd be better off staying married and both of them staying in the house, and then they all been working out. Apparently, for them to have to get a divorce, why would they? Somebody is going to be stuck with the house. 9 times out of 10, it's probably going to be the ex-husband, and the wife and the ex-wife and the child stay there. So, I mean, I get what he's saying. It sounds good, but it hardly ever works.
No, no. What he was saying was that it was just, for one, it was the ideal of it, right? And just think about this: if you,
so you just stay married, worked out.
No, you ain't got to stay married because that's a different.
Who cleans the house? Yeah. I got a question. Who cleans the house?
That goddamn kid. You ate. Your ass is working. What the fuck we talking about? You making beds. You cleaning the bathroom. You doing all that shit. I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
Who paying for it?
So this is the thing, and this is just in my ideology, right? You have to keep the courts out of that shit first and foremost. You have to be on. There's no child support. There's no fucking child support. And both parents have to be at least middle class, at least to that fact. And you have to have minimum debt. So a lot of people it's not going to work for because most people have a shitload of debt and you got to have a decent credit score. If you go through divorce as a man and you have to pay alimony and or
you in the poorhouse.
You in the fucking poorhouse. That's it. At least 15 years, your ass is going to be done. You're going to be working just so you can stay afloat. Outward is afloat.
Right. Although I do know of one couple that we know of in particular. And we didn't know this until like after the pandemic was over because we didn't see folks for a while. That they were actually divorced, but they did live in the same house for a time. Especially when the kids, before I think the last kid went to college or something like that, they tried to do that. I know even Kevin Samuels, he used to talk about this idea of being married but separate. So like you in the same house, but you might be sleeping in a different bedroom or something like that. But try to keep the continuity at least for the sake of the kids. Try to keep the continuity of the family unit together until the kids get grown or something like that. So it's not a foreign idea that you can be divorced, but still living in the same household. Plus, again, it's from a money standpoint. Yeah, trying to maintain two households. That's money. You're basically pouring money away. But again, if you want to start a new life with someone else, then that's another story. But
which goes to my original point. If you're able to do all that for the sake of the children, why can't you just work the goddamn thing out and stay married?
Yeah, you right on that too.
You're preaching
another option. Fuck the bullshit. We just stay
because
together.
I have feelings, and I'm prioritizing my feelings and my happiness.
Hey,
so
like you said,
yeah.
Well, you said that too.
Wait. You don't understand that my happiness and my feelings come first?
Hey, you said F them kids. I say F your feelings.
No, my feelings come before all of this. Well, I don't understand.
Right. Jake, you don't understand that my happiness and my feelings come before any and everything. It's about how you make me feel. It's about how you make me feel. It's about how you make me feel.
The way
then we'll talk about the kids.
Right.
Hey, most they said F them kids too.
Hey, listen, that was the argument that I brought up in court. Well, I had my lawyer bring it up. He said it a lot more eloquently than I said it.
Right.
But I brought it up in court that she don't give a damn about her daughter. She don't care about her daughter.
Yeah.
Because if she did, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here. Because I'm not a man that you couldn't talk to. You could have sat down with me. We could have had dinner. We could have hashed this whole thing out over a steak dinner and been done with it. So the fact that you came here and says this has nothing to do with our daughter, it's all about you and what you want.
You know why they go to court too? Is because when they're talking, when you're talking to a man that has logic, he always put this thing right in front of your fucking face that you keep trying to dodge. You know what that thing is called? Accountability, right? And right behind accountability is consequence. And consequence don't give a fuck. A consequence gonna bust you dead in your mouth. And that's what, so they don't want it. So we got to go to court so we can try to make this shit right, because my feelings is what matters. Fuck all that other shit. You don't like your kids.
Yeah. Do you guys recall households where, again, seriously, like the parents didn't sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have,
and it could have been for different reasons.
Bennett, I have great aunts and great uncles that haven't slept in the same room or same bed for like 50 years.
Yeah. That was the thing back in the day, man. It's like, now I don't know if they would they would have like the hookup every once in a while or whatever. I don't know what the state of that relationship was. Some of it was just like the guy was a smoker and the woman wasn't, and they didn't, she didn't just want that.
Nigga don't wash his feet. He come in after, clean fixing cars and shit. Smell like WD-40.
I remember growing up, that was a lot of older couples of that generation, and maybe RP may speak to that a little bit more. But that was the thing. It wasn't necessarily that you had to be in the same bed together and all that, having a separate room, he upstairs, downstairs, or whatever. But they went out, they did everything. They went out to all the social gatherings and functions together and all that kind of stuff. But when it came time to retire, they went to their separate places, and he would smoke his cigarettes or watch what he wanted to watch. She had her nice room all dolled up, and and with all the pink and color schemes and whatnot. And he so they just lived a lot, but didn't seem to harm the relationship.
A man cave is an absolute necessity. I need my own space. And I need my own place just to decompress and do, and I need my big screen TV. You know what I mean? I need my little speaker. I need my lazy boy. I need my own little oasis. You ever watch My Wife and Kids? You ever watch My Wife and Kids? After his son had got caught sleeping with what's her name, fine ass, and he made him sleep in the garage. And what did he do? He turned his son's room into Michael's world. Yeah? That's how it's got to be. He turned his son's room to Michael's world. So he went and got him a chair and a TV. That's me. I gotta have my own space.
Yeah, but that's space. You talk about bedroom. But shout out to Easy. He just admitted I sleep in a separate bedroom. My wife and kids sleep with the TV on and the windows open, and I don't. It's not a big deal. We still come together when we need to. So I guess it's still a thing with some people.
I don't think that they can't work. I actually think it's probably healthier for some couples. I think it's actually healthier for some couples to not.
I do too. I think that whatever makes it work, it make y'all still be.
I could certainly see that.
Yeah, if whatever makes you be at a point where you can still have cohesion with each other and you can still function with each other and all that, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people. This is the thing about marriage. That's why I always say, I'm like, marriage is not a fucking business. There's the business of marriage. A wife is a wife. She's not a CEO or none of that. A husband is a husband. That's basically what it is. And when they can sit back and say, listen, if we're going to remain married, we're going to have to get some separate shit. Because, that snoring, I can't deal with that shit. I know it ain't your fault. And but goddamn it, I can't sleep. Now your ass sleeping and snoring, but I can't sleep. And then it just gets to a point of compromise.
That's when you put a pillow over their head.
Now you're gonna kill them.
JT, I can't understand. I was a shift worker.
Now you going scorched.
I can't stand the slide in the bed because I'm a light sleeper. So I can feel all of that. I hear you when you come through the front door and the alarm goes. Beep,
your daughter's not gonna be messing around. Your daughter's not gonna be messing around.
She can never get away with it because I hear. Mr. Bennett, I hear everything. Look, she used to get so frustrated because she would have to get up and go to work at 4 a.m. and she'd be like, "You awake, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yep," because she's walking around the house.
Trey, but you just hit on something. Do you know why a lot of people stay married for so long? Because the motherfuckers have opposite times when they go to work for years. It'll be a guy to work at Chrysler or GM or Ford. They've been working that same shift for all the time. They work, in the morning time, and then they come home. By the time they come home, she's up, she's getting ready to go to work. They've been doing that same routine. You know what revealed that shit? COVID.
The pandemic.
Pandemic.
Yep.
It reveals
Got all them
that
people together, and all of a sudden they realized they didn't like each other, and they couldn't stand each other.
Hey, Scorch, you know
years
what's
before
funny?
they slept
Yeah,
in the
you know what
same
the
bed.
other
man.
funny part about that is though, is that a
Hell,
lot
what
of
you
women
nigga
realize
do?
a lot of women realize they wanted to stay home, and a lot of
Yep,
husbands realize my wife need to go back to work.
Yeah,
yep,
Ain't that
yep,
crazy? A lot
that's
of
yeah.
women was like,
crazy.
I don't want to go back to work. I want to stay home. I
The
like being a
hell would
housewife.
you
But a lot of the
do?
husbands was like, oh no, she got to get the hell up out of here. This is
Yep,
Hey,
crazy.
yep.
hey, y'all.
Yeah,
Hey, the easy money said he sleep in a separate room, and they because of the fact that his wife and kids had a window open or whatnot, and watching TV.
The wife and kids.
Nah, he
Yeah.
ain't telling the truth, Scorch. They sleep in separate rooms because Easy
JP,
he
Trey,
farting his sleep. That's
He
why.
be farting and shit.
JP,
He be
Trey.
No,
farting his
that
sleep
ain't
and his
it.
wife and his,
Why?
and
Hey,
his wife
my
and his wife
question is,
kicked him
why the
out
window open?
And he don't
Hey, why
watch
the
it.
window open?
because he
Who's creeping
farting
through
his
the
sleep.
window?
Because he farted his sleep.
Oh, okay.
And his wife couldn't take it no more,
That's
so
why
she
she
kicked
got
him
the
out.
window open.
Hey, Easy
I
Money
love
be
you,
busting,
Easy. I
be
love you,
bobbing
buddy.
around.
Yo, Easy, man. You should jump up on here for real, man.
You know, Easy
I
laughing
had to
like
get you,
a
Easy.
shot.
I
All
had
right,
to
I'm
get
out of
you.
here.
Man,
I
get
gotta
him
be
up
to
here.
work
We
tomorrow.
got this.
Have a good night,
This
buddy.
is some good
all
fodder,
right, man. I holler back at you, grooming man. Most definitely, man.
All right,
Thanks for
Groman.
coming on,
All
brother.
right, peace
All
out.
right,
See you
Grumman.
Sunday. Yep.
The hell with you single guys. Don't give a fuck what y'all talking about, goddamn it. My wife gonna be in that same bed. I don't care what you
That's what. Hey, that's right, Trey Ferg. That's what I'm
yeah,
talking
ain't
about.
going no damn where. I'm gonna come to my man
Yeah.
cave. When I
Trey
get
like
in
to
the
spoon.
bitch, you better be in the
I
damn
was
Trey
just
be
bed.
about to say
spooning.
that, Mr.
Trey
Bennett.
be
I was
spooning, man.
But this was
Don't
hey,
knock it
Mr.
unless you
Bennett,
try.
this was Trey Ferg. Trey Ferg not telling y'all the whole truth though. What he not telling y'all is he the little spoon though. He the little spoon. That's why he got to have his wife in there because he the little spoon.
he turned this way, have her, he pull her.
Hey,
Hell with you single guys. Goddamn it.
look, and she wrap her arm around him. She wrap her arm around him and bring him in closely.
Now
That's what he ain't telling y'all.
She do that
Hey,
shit in the
take that
pedicure,
bald head of
goddamn.
his and put it right between their bosoms.
Oh, man.
Hey, listen, let me tell y'all something. I'm a goddamn later. I ain't no fucking spoon. And I'll be damned if my wife ever fucking sleep in another room while I'm taking care of the
Hey,
house.
Trey
We're
Ferg.
roommates after that. I'll tell her all the time. We had this conversation. When you decide to go to another room, your ass is my roommate. I appreciate you. I'm gonna be sliding through. I'm gonna be an old ass
Hey.
nigga out there in the street.
Hey, Trey Ferg. That's how I knew my relationship was over. When she started sleeping in the guest room, I said, "This shit is done.
Yeah, it's over with.
This shit is over.
Wait.
Ain't no coming back now."
Have you guys seen BMF? Y'all have to.
Yeah.
I watched a few episodes.
No, the father Charles. They got this nigga. They got him looking clownish as the motherfucker, man. The wife don't like him no more. The nigga, she done kicked him out of the house. But then now he had to sleep in the other room because he was like, I'm not leaving this goddamn house. So she got him in the other room. This motherfucker start pushing weights. He start oiling his body up, singing songs to her.
Worked it right back on up in there.
I'm like, God damn, Charles.
Hey, but JT, they not telling us. They not going into the fact that she wouldn't fuck him for almost 5 months.
Right.
And he hit the neighbor. She would. They didn't go over that. The fact
that was her home girl, wasn't it?
That was the next door neighbor, yeah. But they not talking about how the wife fell down on the job and wouldn't fuck him for 5 months, and she was staying up in that church 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and neglecting her husband.
Almost.
Hey, isn't that what's happening? What's going on right now, TJ?
Yeah, look, she almost let the damn pastor fuck her. Guess who the pastor was? Snoop Dogg.
Of course. Why would we think any different?
My next relationship, JT, I swear, my next relationship, every time we have sex, I'm gonna put money in the jar, and however much money is left in that jar when her birthday comes, that's what she getting for her birthday.
That's
so if
your
there ain't no fucking money in that jar,
Wow.
she ain't getting shit.
Man, Trey, I think
That's how I'm gonna do
escrow
it.
your birthday gift.
I'm escrowing your gifts from here on out. If I
Hey,
ain't
but
getting no
see, here
sex,
go the
you ain't
trick,
getting
Trey.
shit.
Trey, here go the trick. See, this is why this is why us married folks, we kind of agree with you. We kind of envy you because you said you ain't thinking about getting married. See, that's the trick that they play. They give you all the sex, while you're single. But then when you say I do, they change their mind.
You got to do like
Let me
Charles.
ask, let me ask y'all a question because I argue this with another guy.
What's that?
Oh,
keep Trey.
Oh, there you go.
Oh no, I was saying I was arguing this with another guy. When you're married, are you giving up control of your sex life?
Yes.
Yeah.
In a way, yes.
Yeah.
Why in the hell would y'all do that? That don't make no sense to me.
So wait a minute,
that's
Trey,
only in the way.
Control. What do you mean by control? Because
meaning when you want it, can you get it? Yeah, right. When you want it, are you in control of your sex life when you get married?
Okay, so you answered when you said it the way you said before.
The frequency, I guess I'm asking, R-Pain.
It depends on how much you need it. Like I said, my wife has always been accommodating. She never used sex with me as a weapon or a reward, so as I got older, I didn't need to be on top of her like I was when I was younger. I mean, it's just a natural progression of things. So we
R-Pain, be for real, man.
You might crush her now, R-Pain, if you get on.
Hey, R-Pain, be for real.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Trey, R-Pain's nickname is Moses. He been having sex way before he parted the Red Sea with that staff. So you gotta understand. He be threatening his wife with that staff. I don't know which one he uses, but he uses staff.
Look, let me add it up. Well, hey, Trey, here's another thing, and I coined this phrase myself. When a wife is not in the mood or something like that, and I always got an angry hand job, man, at least. And I said, you can't leave me like this. So she give you a hand.
Hey, that's what her mouth is for, Mr. Payne.
Oh man, come on! I ain't talking about like my wife like that.
Wait.
You talking about that man's mouth?
I'm picturing
What's
this.
going on here?
Wait, I'm picturing this, Trey. She like, shit. Here.
Exactly. Angry hand job, man. Just try it.
Hey, R-Pain, does that hangry that angry hand job, does it come with lube or is she dry? Is she doing it? How does that work?
Hands get Indian burn.
Right.
Start a fire.
Well, first of all, you got to bring your own lube. You can't.
Hey, does she jerk it around while she do it to make sure you don't ask no more?
Nah, I ain't worried about that. I mean, you know what, man? It's like everything else is sex, like ebbs and flow. The real issue is if your woman uses sex as a weapon or reward, that's the problem. That's the problem. And that's what you gotta be focused on. So
is she giving up her power by not using it as a weapon or a reward?
No. She's just staying true to her vows. That's what she's doing. And if I'm not cheating, that's what I'm doing. I mean, we complicate shit a lot, but that's just the way it is. So.
Yeah,
I don't know. Listen, we don't want to talk about that because it's a private matter, but still.
Yeah. I mostly concur with what he's saying, and again, the ebbs and flows. We gone through that, so now we kind of work on we had to negotiate some terms, just like with a contract. You got this big contract, you got to renegotiate. So we had to renegotiate some things. So we're much more on the schedule now. But back in the day, it was.
Trey, where's the rest of your body at, man? Why your head moving around like that?
He's in the club,
he looked like Lord Zordon from Power Rangers.
Yeah, man, what the hell?
I gotta dodge some of this bullshit y'all be putting out there. I understand. We married guys. Hey, listen, man. That shit like, man, getting a check every Friday, man, for real. Y'all can waste y'all time right now not getting in that shit, but just make sure you choose that one good one. You have to make sure you choose that one good one.
You be going through what I'm going through, shit.
Scott, you still trying to be a player.
What's up, DJ? What's
you still trying to be in them streets.
No, I'm not.
Not now.
I'm a godly man, and I don't roll like that. I let that life a long time ago.
Okay. Find you one. Come on, man.
I have one. She just ain't trying to be the one right now. We separated.
Oh well, shit.
Hey, shit.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah. So I mean, but I ain't out there trying to get it either.
No, but Texas, it's too crazy, man. Shit,
Yeah, man. Man, hey, these chicks out here, dude, stick with what you got. It's better. Shit.
Yeah.
Cheaper to keep her. Right?
Yeah.
No, it ain't got. It ain't trying to. It's just cheap. It ain't got nothing to do with money. It just ain't worth it.
More relaxed.
Yeah, hey, dude, hey.
Yeah, but it's still all about cost. Whether it be financial or whatever. I mean, the cost of being out there. Yeah, if you can work it out with the one you're with.
Mr. Bennett, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a lot more at peace, even though I want the one that I'm with, that I married, that I made my vows to. I would rather have her here, but according to with everything I got going on, it's better to be at peace. And the last thing I need to do, if I can't handle that one, I damn sure ain't trying to go out here and handle the ones out here in these streets.
Right.
Hell no.
And you said earlier, is this your first wife or your second? How many?
My second one. My second one.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much do y'all think a wife costs over a lifetime? You had to put a number on it.
If it's a true wife, it's priceless. It ain't enough money in the world that
No, that's not. I'm not talking about from a sentiment. I'm talking about from just a purely number standpoint. I get it. You guys love your wives. That's not my argument here. I'm just saying, if you had to put a number on it, how much you think a wife?
At least a couple of million.
Yeah,
over a lifetime.
It'd be seven. Yeah, easily 7 digits.
At least when you think about all the money that you worked during the years and all that, you'll be amazed.
So the way you would do that, though, Trey, as long as you've been married, every dollar you make, half of it is hers, if depending on the state you're in. So over the course of your lifetime, how much money you made, and half.
Well, hell, don't come to California.
Yeah, so you could kind of come up with an estimate of how much you made over the years. So.
But it could be a lot.
Essentially, it's everything.
No, but it could be a lot more than that, though. If she's the one, because men, again, we're very simple.
I mean, besides other things you give her, you mean?
Us, we're very simple. We don't need, like, the money we make. We can live on a fraction of it. Everything else is for the wife and the kids and all that stuff.
You're right.
So if I made $10 million over my lifetime, I could easily live probably on $1.15 or something like that. So if she's the right one, I'm like, yeah, you can have all of that. Because I just want my peace. I just want my, very simple. I just kind of stay stand on my square, as guys say in these spaces or whatnot, and I'm good. You can have all. I'll work for $10 million. Give
me peace, some food, and a peace, and we good.
And we good, yeah. So it becomes not about the money. Then you can have it all as long as I got that.
I had a conversation with my wife though, and I asked her, how many times can you recall that I actually told you no about something? And she couldn't do it. She could, because you don't ask for much, but I really say no to her. I got two events in our life where I had an emphatic no, and they're both silly as hell. Not one was serious. One, no TVs in my daughter's rooms because she wanted to do that, and I forbid that one. And the other one's when she wanted to get a dog. And I said, I ain't picking up no dog shit, man, because you said, well, this for the kids. They ain't going to be walking. I'm going to be walking.
Our parents said it's enough bullhead dogs up in the house, huh?
No, and I was dead serious. I told her, I said, listen, it's you, my daughters, me, and now you want me to put a dog on top of me and shit. So I'm not paying the mortgage and being lower than the dog. So we are not having a dog.
Hey, man, and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I had a friend that she had a little dog. I swear to God, the way how she treated that dang dog, I was like, no wonder you ain't got no man. Look how you treating that damn dog. Taking it every guy. Put it in a stroller, all that type of stuff. I'm like, that ain't no damn baby. We got 4 legs. Make it walk.
Yeah, he goes crazy, and I love dogs. Like we were myself and my daughters were the ones who insisted, twisted my wife's arm to get a dog. But again, even though now she dotes on him, right? Like that's her son. But she even said, "Look, after him, I don't want another one." So it's like she's that nurturing instinct that a woman has. That's a real thing. Even if she don't want it, she just knows, okay, well, he's here, so I gotta treat him like a son. So she broke all the rules. She was like, "Look, we ain't having it," and we broke all the black rules also. So it's like, the dog sleeps with us every night. The dog's in the bed.
Oh, hell no! It ain't kissing y'all, is it?
What's that?
It ain't kissing y'all, is it?
Oh yeah,
all
head, all that. And my wife, like I said, she was like, no, not my face. She come in and she'd be like, "Oh, hey, doc," and gives the face. So we totally got rid of our black card by letting the dog sleep with us and lick our face, all that.
I just want to make sure that
the dog is a part of the family.
Yeah, we're clear that Mr. Bennett left
I ain't kiss my damn dog. They kiss my butt.
Lick him on the face. I just want to make sure we got to be clear that he allows something that licks his own ass and balls. Lick him on the face. And listen, I'm telling you that as a former canine handler. The one thing I never let that dog do was get near my face.
I understand.
Listen,
and I'll take his head and I'll kiss him on the head. People, we just
don't worry about it.
We just like
most black folks can't say shit because they out here eating ass and all kind of shit, man. So it don't matter.
It's a big difference in me eating my wife's.
That's the question.
Yeah.
I ain't talking about your wife's ass. I'm talking about they eating random ass. They just met. There's a lot of ass eating going on in these days right now.
So, you know what, JT, I read an article. That said that there was an increase in women getting some sort of intestinal
worms. Yeah,
they were getting some sort of from all the ass eating they was doing from eating dudes' asses out here.
Yes.
I keep trying to tell people, keep your face from there. Your butt gonna come out with a mouthful of chili.
Listen,
I saw a guy kissing a woman, like tongue kissing her in the parking lot earlier today, and I was just like, ew. I was just like, ew.
God,
I don't do no more kissing in the mouth, bro. I don't do no more.
You don't do French anymore?
Not anymore, bro.
Wow.
Now these dating streets, hell no, you better not be talking.
You don't know what you getting.
I thought you were Jedi. I thought you were Jedi Master with that tongue, man. I thought you were saber rattling. That tongue, spell the alphabet with it. You know what I mean?
Hey, no, it's good for the talking, but when it comes to doing that with the women, no, he ain't doing none of that. He turns into the Sith.
It's intestinal shit because they not only is eating ass, but everybody doing anal and so it's a lot of nasty shit.
Look, Dan, that's how your DNA.
The
problem with us today, we're so hyper clean today. That's why we subject to all these diseases and whatnot, man.
Yes.
Whatever happened. Remember, we used to talk about we used to drink water from the fire hose and all that kind of stuff. Now we got all these kids getting all these diseases. All these diseases that guys got.
Mr. Bennett, you will not make that argument. You will not make the argument that you need to eat more ass so that you become immune to it.
I'm just saying, humanity. I think these days we're so hyper about cleanliness that again we're not allowing our immune systems to grow. That's why you got these kids, all these homeschool kids, and then when they get to middle school, they catching all these diseases because all those diseases they should have had in elementary school or pre-K. Now they get them now because, again, you got to let the immune system is the greatest invention in the world. We got so many levels of it and we don't allow that stuff to grow. It's like working out. You got to let it do its thing. And we so hyper clean. Now all these people sick, born with sicknesses, all these allergies and stuff because,
Mr. dirty.
Mr. Bennett,
but your immune system is able to tolerate. We are weaker now than our ancestors thousands of years ago because of that stuff.
Yeah,
Mr. Bennett, you ever heard that white girl tell that story about she was in the bed with her boyfriend and her side piece called and she left and went to her side piece. They had sex and he ejaculated in her and then he came back home. She came back home and her boyfriend was horny and he ate her out.
Yeah.
You ever hear that story?
I didn't hear. I can
We
imagine.
don't kiss
I
these
didn't
women in
hear
the
it. I
mouth.
can
Right?
imagine it though.
We don't do no more kissing in the mouth. You don't know what they out here doing anymore.
I didn't
Yeah,
honestly.
long
I
as them
didn't.
don't
Is that
start
is
getting
that
back married.
Hang
That's
on,
all. Don't worry
TJ,
about
is that a thing? Well, I'm sorry, the youngest guy. TJ, you might be the youngest. You and Trey, the youngest guys. Is that real now? Y'all not doing the French kissing anymore?
Hell no.
I didn't know. I didn't know. Guys
said
just
he
going
get
straight
sick.
to the. They're just going straight to the because it's almost natural. I mean, if you passionate kissing, well, how can you not?
Because you got women, man, they will give you head
nasty,
before they kiss you on the lips now. That's
That
why.
is crazy. See, that's what the prostitutes used to do though. Prostitutes were like they do anything but no kissing. That's like,
You're getting it, Mr. Bennett. You're picking up on it now.
But
You just described the majority of the women today.
Yeah,
You just described modern women, sir.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, R. Payne, and JT, and Trey Bird. Y'all remember how it was more easier to get a meal from a chick than a female than it was to get sex? But now it's the flip. They'll give you sex before they fix you a meal.
I
Yeah,
just
you
can't.
be
I just
hungry
can't
and
understand the
you
lack.
won't
Well,
be
that's
hungry.
because they
Listen,
can't
man,
cook,
that was-
Clement. That's why they
No,
can't cook
some of
anything.
these heifers can cook. They just choose not to. They lazy.
You know what I've learned though,
I'm-
man?
I'm-
For
I'm-
the women that
frozen-
can
I'm,
cook,
frozen
I'm
food aisle
saddened
ain't
by
cooking.
this.
yeah, but a woman that
I'm
can
truly
cook
saddened
likes
by this. I really am. This is, I mean, kissing is just like that was. I mean, that was especially when you courting some R-Pain. We can talk about this, right? I mean,
Back in the
when
day,
you're
that's all
kissing a
you
girl,
used
when
to
you're
get.
making out for the first time, making out.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that was essentially love making. You put so much into it. You knew you weren't necessarily going to get to third base or whatever, but it was
You
an
might have
art.
got to feel on the breast here and there.
It was an
So
art. Making out was an art.
You know, yeah.
Hey, you was moving the bases, man. That's what it was all about. You knew you wasn't going to get to home
I
base,
know,
but
but
when you started doing all that,
but the art of
Yeah.
kissing, the art of making out, and
But
that's
also,
one
Mr.
thing that
Bennett,
I think a lot of
that's also a time where Susie wasn't kissing Tom, Dick,
understood.
Harry,
But I'm just
Kevin,
saying,
Corey.
I'm just saying
no,
that's an
Trey,
art.
technically,
I'm saying,
some
but
of them
even
was actually doing that. They just did a better job at
back in their
hiding.
time. They old. Not back in their time. They old.
Y'all sisters wasn't putting
I
it
don't know.
out.
Well,
Like,
don't say that. Them barns, those barns could talk, Trey.
If you ever
And
find
those
a girl
barns could talk. Yeah, they were doing all kinds of stuff.
If you
But
ever
I'm just saying,
find a girl
but
who's
essentially
crazy,
this
you are gonna
topic,
kiss
because I asked one time, there was a bunch of couples, married people at work, and I asked them, when was the last time you made out with your spouse? And nobody had a good answer. Like they couldn't remember. I mean, I'm saying make out and not even leading to sex, either because it wasn't convenient or whatever. But when was the last time you went to your wife and you laid one on her, all in deep sea diving, all that stuff, and just walked away? Now that could have been the setup for what came later. But people, even married people, you get out of the art of just kissing your wife. I mean, just really, you're in the kitchen, just come on, baby, and just
grab her by the back of her head and
just take her for like 5-10 seconds and
Man, I used to love to see my wife in the kitchen.
Just plant one on her, Mr. Bennett.
What's that?
Just plant one on her.
Just plant.
Yeah.
But so I'm saying, even married people, we can get lazy
your
with
face, though, Trey.
the art of courtship, the art of kissing, the art of really, that romantic, passionate, whatever. And it could be before work, it's like, and sometimes I gotta tell my wife, don't be giving me no peck on the way out. You better give me something before
You
you
better bring
leave.
your ass here and give me a real
That's
kiss.
right. You better.
He said,
I need
you
a
want that sugar,
deposit.
Mr. Bennett. He said,
I
come
need
give
a
me that sugar.
deposit.
Sugar.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what it was.
I need a deposit
Come give me
before
that
you
sugar.
leave work. So don't be giving me no peck. I don't want no
Hey,
peck on the cheek or nothing like
hey,
that. Or no. Give me
Mr. Bennett.
give me a little taste before you go.
Well, Mr.
I had
Bennett,
this-
you're also describing a healthy marriage, though.
Yeah,
A lot of people don't have healthy marriages. A lot of people don't
That's
have healthy
true.
relationships.
Yeah.
I was in a relationship. We didn't kiss. It wasn't healthy. Like a lot of people don't have that type of health where some 20. You at 28 years now. 28 years later,
I'm not 28
that,
season.
they can still have that, because really that type of kissing is it's intimate.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
but
a really
it's,
intimate
but,
thing, and a lot of
but
people don't know how
the
to be
problem is
intimate
it's
anymore.
not in date. Like to your admission, people in dating and courtship aren't doing it anymore. And even married people, if you've been married for a while, a lot of married people aren't doing it anymore.
But you know what the problem
Really,
is?
Trey. Really, Trey.
Hey, one of the problems is to what Trey is saying, and when you speak on the marriages, a lot of us stopped doing the things that we did when we was dating and courting.
Yeah.
And then we got married, and it's like we left that stuff alone. It was like, for whatever reason, one of the things that I used to always do with my wife, I walk right by her and slap her on her butt. And she'd be like, why do you always do that? I said, that may be your back, but that's my ass.
Yeah.
So every time I walk by, I'm going to feel free to slap it because that's mine. You know, and it sometimes she would get an attitude, but then it was like, I think sometimes she just was said just to poke fun at me because she knew every time that I would walk by, I'm slapping it.
No, she
you know,
she like that shit because what you do is that you're showing a little. That's showing your masculinity towards her, right? It's kind of like you didn't ask her, "Can I kiss you? Can I slap your ass?" You just came over there and you slapped her ass, and the only thing she do is look at you with that little crazy look on her face. Boy, you crazy. That's basically all you gonna get out of that.
Mine would get it straight up back, try to get an attitude, and I would just straight tell her. I'd be like, she said, "You always hit my ass." I said, "No." That may be that. I said, that's my ass. It may sit on your back, but it's mine. So therefore, I'm slapping it.
But back then,
so you know,
kissing was communication, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You knew the type of girl she was by how she kissed you. You know what I'm saying? If she gave the tongue first, then she's like, oh, she's a real one. If she did, she's a little reserved. You try to go in, she's a little back. Again, that's how you figured out. That's how you figured out the code. You know what I mean?
Brother Bennett, if she stuck her tongue out down your throat, that means she's been kissing before.
Yeah,
true.
I'll
take it, but I'm just saying. But she's saying that's for you.
Know what she was doing too, because especially when you're younger and a girl, they just seen it, right? And then they get to kissing you. You be like, what the fuck is her tongue? What are you doing?
So you guys really care if y'all were first? I mean, are we saying that you care if you were the first?
Not at all. Not at all.
I'm talking to Trey first.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying. Looking at a girl, you know, it's and girls were a little bit more reserved back in the day. You just didn't see them over slobbing down everybody.
Now, Trey Bird, now you know that
some people.
Trey Bird, you know they played that game until you got them to the bleachers on the football field. Then all of a sudden you found out how they really work.
But see, that was a good thing. Nowadays, they don't even do that. A girl would tell you, they would advertise to you, I love sucking dick. And I love balls. And you just like,
that's crazy. And that's not even to say, even for the married people.
You shouldn't be telling me this shit. You shouldn't. We ain't even did. Who balls do you like licking? Because you ain't licked mine yet. They advertise it. I just love sucking dick.
Hold up.
I'm like, damn.
Hold up. TJ, I know you got some stories to tell with you being there because you know what they be doing up in that goddamn in them damn hospitals. Come on now.
You gotta be. Excuse me. You gotta be specific about who.
Cat got your tongue?
No. You gotta be specific about who you talking about. The nurses,
doctors, all of them.
Yeah,
I've heard the stories.
Yeah, the nurses ain't number hoes, all of them. The worst ones are the married ones.
Oh yeah, I've heard.
Yeah,
that's one thing that
16 hours a day. You know, straight shift, 72 hours straight. I mean, you know,
that ain't no excuse. You better take your ass home and go get some from your husband.
I'm just, she needs to come to you because you're not leaving. So how you going? She needs to come there. Y'all get into that parking lot or that parking garage and have a tryst.
They got a lot of vacant rooms.
A tryst, if you will. But,
okay, I'll be sitting up there butthole naked, like, come on, baby. You treat me like a sick man.
Hey,
hang on, but I want to do a public service announcement right now, though. I'm challenging all for the married people and for those in a committed relationship. I want you to go up to your husband or your significant other, and I want you to plant one on them, like back in the day, if you did it back in the day, and just see how that stuff is. Because for a lot of these people, it's not like y'all ain't having sex. Yeah, y'all have sex like that, but the kissing. We used to kiss our pain for like hours.
Yeah.
Yep, I remember that.
2-3 hours just in the car, on the couch, just kissing
behind the tree,
you know?
behind the building, behind the
Yeah,
church.
just
behind
going, you know.
Hey,
But just spend the
Mr.
night.
Bennett.
Just say this
Mr.
to your
Bennett.
spouse: we're not having sex tonight. We're not having sex tonight, but we're gonna kiss.
Hey, Mr. Bennett.
Just try
Have
it.
you kissed her
I'm
so?
telling
Hey,
you guys.
have you kissed her so passionately that it took your goddamn breath away while you was kissing her?
Yeah, it was like
Yep.
it's just one. It was all, in some respects. I'm not saying in all aspects, but in some respects, it was almost as satisfying as if we did it.
It
You know,
was,
but it was,
but
it was
kissing
like a
wasn't art.
dance. It was tango.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, you're
it
right,
was-
JT.
Well,
You
you
know?
know, but you really say, Mr. Bennett, and I really agree. When you have a real passionate kiss with your wife, it conveys a different message than just
It
having
does.
sex.
Yeah.
It really does. It really does.
Now, our pain. I know it's probably been a while since you had a mustache and a beard. You got to get some softener. Because if you
Yeah,
out here
I got some on the way, man. On the way, man.
you're gonna be tearing her face up, boy. Them lips gonna be tough.
No, wait, man, shit, I can't shave this shit, man. She won't let me.
No, man, just keep it there. That's
Shut
what
it down,
matters
man.
right
You
there.
know what I told her
Hey,
is you can harbor
hey, JT.
some deep secret shit.
R
from
Pain had a
me.
whole lot of experience sucking on wet doorknobs.
What are you talking about, man?
But Mr. Bennett, you tapped on something right there though. For real. When it came down to it, it was a lot slower and it was better because especially if, again, like I said, especially when, like, you know, being teenagers, a lot of times, man, you can tell a girl's experience because of how she kissed. You fuck around and teeth get to clinking and shit. You like, she don't know what she's doing.
Yeah.
You have to show it. You know, you have to take the lead in that shit. It's a lot to that.
I mean,
it does.
You played
It
those,
tells a
but
lot.
I mean, you
man.
played those records, man. You had the Quiet Storm playing in the background or something like that. You know what I mean, and it was just, you know, you would just
the ambiance was just out cold. Yes,
man.
Absolutely.
Hey, TJ.
Yeah.
You cool, bro? You kind of quiet. You all right?
I've been trying to talk, but y'all just act like I ain't saying.
Nigga, you know you got a buck in. Come on, man. You know better.
I'll mute up. My mic is muted.
That's okay. The conversation went past me now. I'm old, like, you know, Mr. R. Payne, so at least my mind is, I don't forgot what I needed to say.
See, look, these young motherfuckers, let me show you something. You see that shit right there? They don't know shit about what we talking about right now. These niggas lame as fuck. No, nigga, you lame as fuck. We talking about the real. All y'all motherfuckers know how to do is get put on child support. How about that, fuck nigga? Let's continue with our grown man conversation, fellas.
Hey, let me ask you something about TJ to go ahead and speak. What about this title we have here? We never talk about that at all.
Wait, hold on. TJ was talking. What did you say?
That's okay.
No, go ahead, man.
Go ahead, TJ.
No, I was just gonna make a comment to the comment that JT put up. That's all.
Oh, go ahead. What'd you say?
No, I was just saying that, you know, they don't understand about grown men still. So remember last week, the younger fellas over on Singles by Choice, they couldn't understand why I did what I did with my daughter's mother.
No doubt. No motherfucking doubt. Them motherfuckers, they did not understand. But see, that's why
I missed that show last week. What was that about?
Oh, you missed it, man. It was.
Oh man, them motherfuckers talked about that shit for 2-3 days, didn't they?
Yes.
Shit. The thing was that because they don't know how to handle business. It goes down, like, I don't know how much of the show that you saw today. That was one of our biggest things about the young man. And it was at a point where this motherfucker he wasn't handling his business. This motherfucker was doing whatever the fuck he was doing. You made a decision. Right, wrong, or indifferent, you made a fucking decision, and a lot of them motherfuckers couldn't understand that. That's the difference.
Everybody they were so worried about how she was benefiting and what she gonna do, and they gonna take your property. And I'm like, ain't nobody taking my fucking property from me.
For sure.
I mean, they were like, oh, what she gonna do? I ain't worried about what the fuck she gonna do. Right. And then I told them that. I said, y'all sit up here worrying about what she gonna do or what. This ain't about her. You know, and when you make a decision to have a kid with a woman that you're not married to, you already in trouble. So
you ain't lying.
You all
You
no,
ain't lying.
you missed it. You know, I don't have a child support order and stuff like that because I made other arrangements with my daughter's mother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is smart on your part.
No,
Again.
no. I'm being used according to those cats.
But see,
Right.
the thing is, you gotta understand, most of them cats been raised by their mama where they been sitting still sucking on their mama's titty.
Yeah, same here.
And every time they got in trouble, they go run to their mama. That's why you got a lot of son husbands out here. Because they ain't never been put on their ass and made to and take responsibility for the crap they get themselves into. Because mama's always around there calling on them and saying, "Oh, it's okay, baby."
And TJ, look, when old boy came up, Edelman, right? When he came up, and he was saying that it was an article he read or something that he's seen, and they were talking about the parents having that one house, and the child stays there, and the two parents is, you know, they do the moving and stuff. I was like, that's an option, right? So when you came up with what you came up, that was an option. It's like, yeah, a lot of motherfuckers can't do it. See, what a lot of these cats don't understand is that when men make decisions, we make decisions for the best possible, right? For the overall. That was the whole thing. It's not about all this, what you get out of it, all that crazy ass shit that they talking. That's why you have a lot of motherfuckers when they start getting to my age, Mr. Payne's age, Mr. Bennett's age, that they shit still look the same fucking way when they old. That shit looks crazy.
It started on one channel, and it 3 other channels picked up what because they could not believe the decision that I made to take care and solidify my daughter's stability. They couldn't believe what I did. They were just and the majority of the men that was giving me pushback were married men who were fathers.
But see, that's the thing, and see, this is one of the issues that we as a community really have, especially as men. We'll sit up there. It's bad enough that the women rake on us and pound us and do all that they do. But then when we as men come and really be vulnerable towards one another, we'll turn around and we'll clown one another. Talk about, call you lames, call you suckers, say that you simping and this and that. Hey, I'm married. I don't give a shit what my wife is goddamn going on. I'll be a simp all day long because that's who I chose to be married to. Period. In the discussion.
I'm glad you brought that up. So, Mr. Bennett, what time of y'all show?
This Sunday, 9:30, and it's going to be actually, I believe, a call-in Q&A. So, fellas, just jump on, and we just talking about, again, we share.
So I'm gonna warm them up for you.
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna have them warmed up for you because I'm gonna have a show based off of that whole simp married.
Okay.
That me and
it's really ridiculous because honestly, not to cut you guys off, but it's honestly, most of us don't understand what one could be going through or what's really going on in that individual's life. And when we as men or as fathers, husbands, whatever it is, we are built to make sacrifices that is going to go against our very well-being.
Yeah.
As a husband, that's what's required of us. That's why you have a lot of them that don't want to get married, because when they realize the sacrifice that they have to give, oh no, I don't want to do that. But you want to walk around and freely go around and shoot up a female's club and then turn around and sit up there and say, oh, she got too many bodies. Nigga, you one of the bodies that went up in there and didn't take care of it.
You're one of the bodies, God.
And let me tell you something. We inappropriately apply the term simp.
Yeah.
If you decide as a man right now in this current social media market, which I hate social media, if a man decides to be with a woman in any capacity, he's all of a sudden a simp. If he decides to do something to that puts a smile on her face, all of a sudden he's a simp. A simp is not. I don't know. We inappropriately apply the term simp. There is a type of guy that is an absolute simp who need to be run out of the damn tribe. But I'm just saying, you providing or taking care for your family does not make you a simp.
That's why
that's not what the simp is. No, Clement, you need to go back and look at last week's on This Might Be Risky and Singles by Choices. Man, them niggas whipped. They wild out because I decided my daughter's mother was. I'll just shortly recap. because I know you don't know. She was financially irresponsible. I own a townhouse in my hometown, and because she's financially irresponsible and she was moving all over the place, I put her in my townhouse. I moved her in my townhouse.
As you should. Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. That's you know what? No, hold up though. No. See, and this is what we need to do. When we hear stuff like this, that's real grown man shit. Period. See, no. But see, honestly, no, because see, this is a thing. We have too much of extremes on one or either side. This might be risky as one of them, and then Sharon Bracey or whatever his goddamn name is, they're another extreme that they be so far for the women that it's ridiculous. And you be like, hold up. Some of this stuff y'all be talking about is foolishness. It's straight goofy. Straight up goofy, man. I mean, it's like, come on, dude. What are we in here for? I mean, and then it's like, they got this thing about, you can get timed out. Somebody, if they don't want to hear what you got to say, they pay $5 and you timed out for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Crazy.
Listen,
JT, were you gonna tell us some more? TJ, I'm saying, were you gonna tell us some more about the situation, or you finished? You know, I don't know if you had some more to say.
I don't know. I just wanted to. I could not.
Honestly, man.
I talked about it for hours last week, so I'm kind of wore out on it because that's why I say you can go back and watch the stream, whatever. But just to sit there in real time and listen to these guys find every reason to come at me for what I know is the right thing to do, and I know they know it's the right thing to do. You know what I mean? And the fact that they kept hyper focusing on what she's going to benefit from it and what she might do and this might happen. I mean, it got ridiculous, man. They talking about, oh, she gonna take your property. How in the fuck can some strange person that's not married to me take my fucking property from me? Ain't a court in this country going. And they talking about, oh, I said, you know, I'm gonna sell it eventually. Oh, they're not gonna let you sell it. What? Who is they? And they ain't got no control. The child support system ain't got no control over real
estate like that.
Yeah, what the hell is wrong with these people? And then I love DJ Ham. I love This Might Be Risky. Just like yesterday, they were sitting up there with Africans versus blacks. You know,
yeah, I saw that.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you why that stream, and I'm not knocking him in because he's not here, but let me tell you why that stream was such a out-of-body experience. You got a whole panel of nothing but Africans talking about why they don't like each other. I mean, one just happened to be from Nigeria, the other one from America. The whole goddamn panel is Africans talking about where there's smoke between us. Why? And the Americans calling the Africans them and they. Nigga, they you. What are you talking about? Bring that back up, man.
Can I say something? You know, I'm gonna say, you know, first of all, you know, I think what Brother TJ is speaking to, and shout out to my brothers at Single by Choices. You know, both of those brothers are married. They're young. I do. Talking about their successful marriages, but I think this is a great moment for teaching and the disconnect what we're seeing. In one hand, you know, we're speaking to young men like try to avoid certain situations, but in the other hand, this particular man is able to provide this type of situation for his child. See, he's thinking his child first, and that's where eventually what he's doing will reward him in the long term. He's understanding that. But if I'm on the outside, especially younger guys, because they seem to have a different view of all of this dating and children and who's doing what. So for them to see it, I can see them just attacking the situation. That's what because it may not turn out the same as from TJ's time, and he's been doing it for some years. And if a guy was to sort of dab into that situation today, it could be a little risky. So, you know, I applaud a man that's putting his child first. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
When I was up there, you know what? I'm actually impressed with myself because I never lost my cool.
Right, you never lost your cool.
Never lost my cool. But here's the thing that I was telling the guys over there. They were worried about the risk. And I said, you guys got to stop living your life in fear. And I said to them, I'm not afraid of my daughter's mother, nor am I afraid of what she can do, nor is whatever she can do I walk around carrying it with me. I said, all I can do is if somehow it goes left, I don't know how the hell it can go left, or how it go left, I am prepared for that when it comes. I will deal with it when it comes. I cannot walk through this. And I was telling the men up there, you guys, and I said to the married men, you guys are in more of a risky situation than I am, because your wives can literally take everything from you.
Yeah.
This woman can't take nothing from me but $20. What are you talking about? They can take everything from you. She can't take nothing from me. Nothing. But they were so shell shocked about, oh, she living for free, and you taking. Stop focusing about her. What happened to the child? The child is no longer moving around. The child is stable. She's in a private school. She's around, surrounded by family. I know where she's at. I can come and go as I please. I have no access issues, and I ain't got the white man in my business.
And I'm pretty sure that puts your baby's mother in a more calmer and more peaceful situation too, because she's not bouncing from one place to the next.
And I pointed that out. I said, my daughter's mother is a fucking demon to the 10th power. I said, but I said to them, but stabilizing there's something to be said, no matter how terrible that woman is, there's something to be said when you stabilize a woman and what she then does, or her. I've had little to no issues ever since then. Little to none. 3 years of peace. I'll take it. Take it. Fuck the risk. I'll take it.
Better than the alternative.
A lot of men don't realize that, one of our purposes is to be the order to a woman's chaos. I mean,
Hey, I tell my wife that all the time.
So I don't know, man. That sounds like a good plan. So
I don't know. Well, time will tell. We 3 years in, time will tell. And I told them, they were like, well, what happens when she gets ready to leave? She goes to college. I said, I'm selling it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to sell it.
What separated you from a lot of those guys was that you said, listen, I don't know if this shit is going to be foolproof. I'm just making a decision. And if it comes to a point where the shit comes against me, I deal with it when I cross that. That's courage. You're not worried. You're not putting all the focus on fear, right? No. So that does makes a big difference, bro. A huge difference.
Towards the end, the hosts they were like yelling at me. They were just, and these are married men who are in way worse. They don't understand. And then the one guy, Mr. Walker, was like, my wife ain't gonna never do. You don't know what the fuck that motherfucker gonna do.
That's right.
Stop it.
You really don't.
Stop it. You hope she does it. You have a good faith that she does it. You don't know. And you don't, and like I said, those guys are in way worse of a risk. Being in a marriage for a man is the riskiest proposition today than ever before. And y'all in the middle of it, and ain't nobody knocking y'all and dragging y'all about what y'all doing. You made a life decision. You made a life decision. And for me, let me tell you guys something. I was one of my coworkers is a single lady. She's 53 years old. Last year, I was trying to talk this black woman into getting a man. She was starting to have health problems. Go get you a man. Go get you a man. Don't do this shit. Don't go through this world. Don't live this life. And I'm not just talking about the women. I'm a single man. It's the same thing apply to me. You don't want to deal with this shit by yourself. The last 7 months, this woman's basically been in and out on FMLA. Last night, she found out she also has a brain tumor on top of everything else.
Damn.
Herself. And I just sat there and I'm just like, how in the world are you supposed to maintain a place to stay and then go fight for your life at the same time? How are you supposed to do that by yourself? How are you supposed to do that by yourself? And while we out here warring and raging with each other, we don't understand the practical implications of the decision for us to be at war with one another. And I said, I don't know if I said it on a panel. I was talking to somebody. I can't remember. I've been doing a whole lot of fucking talking lately. But I said on our panel that my generation, fellas, up there, I think JT, you 50? Oh, he froze up. JT, are you?
I was trying to pull some shit out of here, man.
Yeah, how old are you, JT? I forget.
51.
51. So basically, my generation, JT's about 7 years older than me. Look, I told a group of people, I said, this whole war that we fighting, this is not our war. We're the victims of it. Yeah. We are the products of the women who took the government assistance. We're the products of the fathers not being in the home. How in the fuck? I told a group of women, how are you mad at your male counterpart when you grew up in the house with him and saw how he was raised by your mama? Like how she didn't do a good job, how she tried to emasculate him in the home, and how she ripped anything that looked like a man out of him and try to betafied him. Y'all watch this shit. How you got a problem with me when you grew up in the same shit we grew up with? We are fighting somebody else's war. Our group should be whooping our parents and grandparents' ass right now for the shit that they left us to do. But yet and still we are here fighting each other over something that we didn't do.
R-Pain, he telling you to bend over so we can put our foot up your rear end for your generation mistakes.
No, it ain't. I gotta say this. I'm
just playing.
No, but this ain't to you, Scorch. This is the thing too when it comes down to the generations, right? R-Pain, you are how old?
I'm 65.
92.
65.
R-Pain 65. I remember seeing R-Pain's that portion of the generation as young teenagers, right?
Yep.
I seen them as young teenagers.
That's our parents.
Were totally different. They were to the older X as the millennials, the younger, like TJ's age is to us as not the millennials, but the X,
the younger
right?
Gen X. Yeah.
The younger. Right. So they were to them to what we see with the millennials and the younger Gen X, right? When I seen them, that generation was the cool generation that I was looking up to. We got a lot of our style from them. They were the ones that started hip hop. They were the ones that actually have the style. Because R-Pain is the same age as Run DMC. R-Pain is the same age as
Curtis Blow.
No, he's younger. Curtis Blow is 70.
Oh, well,
Curtis
see, there you go.
70.
There you go.
R-Pain is the same age as my father. I'm 51.
Right. So
my father's 18 years older than me.
Right. So when we talk about the baby boomers, they were more closer to Gen X than they were to the older baby boomers. I got a friend that's a baby boomer that have brothers and sisters that's older than my mother and father. You get what I'm saying? But the thing was that we were closer to the generations because we shared everything with them.
We overlap. We had overlapping generations.
We had overlapping.
My mom was 15 years older than me.
Right.
Ain't that fucked up? 15.
But to your point, motherfuckers act like they don't know that they're not their siblings, their friends, went up under the same bullshit, and we talk to each other as if we're better when it comes down. Everybody got, six figures. Everybody got great relationships. Ain't none of them married, but their relationships is great. It's a whole bunch of bullshit. In all actuality, it gets to a point. Now, this is what I do like about him. Let's mind it out. Let's talk it out. I want to get I want to get that motherfucker right there to say that they are better than that motherfucker right there. And I'm going to put y'all in the same fucking room. And I'm going to see if we can work this shit out. You know why he does that? See, it's uncomfortable, but it's something. Think about it. Think about this, man. When we are sitting here having this type of conversation, this always been going on. It just ain't been going on with our people. Right. And when I say our people, I ain't talking about black people. I'm talking about people that's in the younger boomers, the younger X, the millennials, and the Zs. Us. The older generations, at some point, not the silent generation, beyond the silent generations, this is how they used to talk. This is how they used to get shit done. We would
Hey,
sit
JT,
back
let me-
and say, we just talking. Not really. If you see how this shit is working, if you
let me tell you
understand the
something.
new age,
My
what
lady
you
friend-
did, TJ, what you did,
Mhm.
and the reason why Hemp put you on there was because he understood, but he also
What you was doing.
understand, right? But he also understand that they don't understand. It's kind of like I'm gonna tie it all together because this is what he's seen before he got on social media. You got one platform where motherfuckers talking bullshit. You got another platform where they talking a whole different bullshit. They talking about each other, but ain't nobody talking to each other. He's sitting there looking at these motherfuckers. He like, I know what I'm gonna do now. This is why he called it. This might be risky. The conversation we have, and even when you see how he asked the question, he'll let motherfuckers try to mind it out or whatever, and then he'll just sit back and be like, okay, he'll step in. Like with you, he ain't got to protect you because you was holding your own. But what he did was to give other people clarity, he started asking questions because they wasn't asking them. They wasn't asking the questions they were supposed to be asking. What you did was open the eyes because you probably didn't see the chat, but it was a lot of people that was agreeing with you. There was a lot of women and men that was like, he made a decision. You already stood on it when you told him, I don't know if this shit gonna work, but this is what I'm gonna come up with. You did not say one thing about being fearful. What you was doing was mitigating risk. Not just for you. Even when you said, they misunderstood it when you said, man, fuck her. They thought you were saying, fuck it. No, you were saying, fuck what she talking about. Fuck what she feeling. This is about me making sure that my child has a better opportunity. And this is the way I'm doing it. You made the decision. And a lot of people got it. And there was a lot of people that didn't. But I tell you, brother, there was way more people that got it than it was the people that didn't get it.
And I missed that. But let me tell you something too. I told you that she was a demon, right? And because she is. Let me tell you how I know. And this is a sad, funny, and kind of helps my ego a little bit at the same time. This woman's a demon, but let me tell you something. She's grateful for what I did. You want to know why I know she's grateful? Because 6 or 7 months into it, she said, and I will never have no interest. But she said, whenever you need some pussy, just come on and get it.
Wow.
Nigga,
she was trying to set you up for another one.
Hold on, JT.
No, I understand.
JT, she said that shit in front of her dude.
Whoa.
God damn.
Wow. She was trying to start a fight.
Yeah. Antoine, what's up, bro? You in here?
What's going on, fellas? I couldn't put the camera on. I'm still at work right now. I'm just speak. That's why. So
No doubt.
TJ, I totally understand why you did it. I didn't hear the show and everything else. You did, like I said in the comments, you did what you had to do, what you thought was best. All right. So whatever anyone else thinks, if they give you a hard time, tell them to eat a dick. All right. You tell them eat a dick, eat a bag of dicks. Plain and simple. You did what was best. If it works for you, so be it. All right. So, and I can totally understand where you're coming from because my wife's the oldest of 10. And basically after her mom died, 7 of her brothers and sisters basically were still underage. 2 of her brothers are autistic. So that's a lot to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened was basically around the time we were engaged and got married, basically helped my sister-in-law not only helped her raise their siblings, but I helped my sister-in-law raise her kids as well and then she got married. When my wife and I were looking at the situation of we wanted to move into a better neighborhood, better schools and everything else, we were looking to get a house. And we both made a decision. And at times we feel like we regretted it, but I understand why we did it. We asked them to come stay with us because we knew where they were staying at was not safe. It was not good. And the thing is, I know what it's like to live in a house with stability. I still have the keys to the house I grew up in. My wife had to move almost every single year from one place to another. I can still recall the last 5 or 6 addresses that her family stayed at before my wife and I got together. I mean, after we got together and before my mother-in-law passed away. Like, that's how many times they've had to move. And people don't realize how something like that affects the psyche and the well-being. And when she came to stay with me when we got engaged, I've had a 1-bedroom apartment. Her mother gave me a portion of the money for my security. And when my wife came and stayed with me, that was the first time she never had to move after a year. The first time. And people don't realize how that means something. So when my wife and I made that decision to have my in-laws come live with us, it was difficult. It was challenging. We all were living in a 1-family house, and then we had to move into a 2-family. And it was tough. But I helped raise her brothers and sisters. And they're in a much better situation now than they were before they came to stay with us. My nieces and nephews are in a better situation now than they were before. And there are times, and even though I don't expect them to say anything, they've always said thank you. They've always appreciated the sacrifice my wife and I made. And this is before we had kids, to do something like that. So, TJ, you did what you had to do. You did what was best for you to help your daughter and her mother, to give them some type of stability. Much respect. And like I said,
about the mother, but I cared enough about my daughter to whatever the mother needed. If the mother had the benefit, then so be it. You know.
Yeah,
Right, so,
she's a byproduct of it. That's all it is. It's that she's a byproduct, and this is the thing also. Your daughter has both of you, right? She's she's who she is because of the both of you. Regardless of what the situation ended up, being, it ends up being something different, something that you probably don't even see it coming down the pipe, bro. All you got to do is just keep getting older. That's it. At the end of the day, you get older. That's why that's a very important thing when you hear older folks that was before us to say, no, just keep getting older.
Yes.
You're going to see so much in life where you're going to be like, damn. You know what's the dopest thing about life, bro, is, and I've said this before, Arpain, watching your parents grow up. See, a lot of motherfuckers don't look at it that way. Watching your parents grow up is the dopest thing in the world. You know why? Because you come from them. And at some point you can remember, I can remember me being double the age my parents were when I observed them. 25 years old, 27 years old. I remember them, what they were going through then. Then to see them at 70? Not only that, the other thing that's dope? Seeing your kids grow up. You got a front row seat to see how God works. Seeing your kids grow up and seeing your parents grow up, and you're right in the middle of that, and you're growing up too. At the end of the day, it gives you wisdom.
I remember my grandmother when she was my age.
Yes. I remember my grandmother was 45 years old. My grandmother was 5 years younger than me. I remember that.
Fine as hell.
I remember her 46th birthday party, her 50th birthday party. I remember that she choked out my auntie at her 50th birthday party.
Right.
Choked her out. Choked her out.
I kill your ass. They ain't used to say kill with an L. They say I kill your ass. I will kill your ass.
First she broke a
my parents was just saying it, and my parents just won't say it in English.
She broke a broom over, and then she my auntie, I don't know what the fuck was wrong with my auntie. And my great grandmother was there. My grandmother broke the broom over there. My grandmother's mother was like, "Sister, you gonna kill her?" And then my auntie had the nerve after the broom got broke, was like, that's why you and your mama sucking the same dick. And then my great grandma was like, little sister, you better kill that bitch.
Kill her ass. Disrespectful ass.
So it was funny. So my great grandmother was trying to save her granddaughter from her daughter, and then a second later, my great grandma was telling my grandma, her daughter, to go ahead and kill her daughter. That was on her 50th birthday. That was on her 50th birthday. I was probably about 7, 8 years old. And I'm sitting there watching this shit go down, like, wow.
Yeah.
While my auntie, I don't know what made it jump off, but my auntie Jeanette jumped out of her fucking monkey tree that day, boy. But she got a well-whooped ass and choked out for it.
Was she grown?
My auntie Jeanette was grown. She had to be in her early 20s.
Yep.
And then, but see, my
Hey,
grandmother.
that's the cool thing about it, though. You never too grown to not get knocked out by your grandparents.
No, that was her mother, yeah. But
that too, yeah.
In the house to get her gun, and then my mother, when my grandmother ran in the house, my mother had the sense enough to throw my auntie in the car and get her out of there.
Get her ass out of there.
Oh, great grandma was going to shoot her.
So that's another one. You get a chance to see how people change, right? We done seen our family members be wild as fuck when they young. Then they get older, you like, damn, they common than a motherfucker. They get grandkids, you be looking like, that ain't how that motherfucker was then.
Yep.
They was wild as shit.
When people meet my grandmother, JT, they think she the sweetest lady in the world.
Yep.
I said, that evil, rough motherfucker, she trying to get into heaven right now. Well, of course she's sweet. Yeah, she on borrowed time. She 81. She's only probably
right.
70.
That's when you get closer to God. You just the Lord is speaking, and the Lord is speaking in damn what they call it in 4K now. You can see him and hear him now.
Hey, my grandfather used to walk around with all of us, right? And he used to tell all of us as grandkids, if he saw one of us with our pants sagging or whatnot, he said, boy, pull your pants up. I'm the only one to get to walk around here with my pants sagging. So,
no, I had a Leo.
Huh? Oh,
no, I was talking to my job. Sorry about that. I'm still at work.
So my little cousins, I'm the oldest grandson. So my little cousins, one of them came around one day and he 18, 19 years old, come in with his little girlfriend. We all having a Thanksgiving dinner. And I turned around and he walked in with his pants sagging. I said, boy, pull your pants up walking in this house like that. Clem, leave him alone. I turned around and looked, I said, what? He said, leave him alone. I said, that's not what you told us. Mm-hmm. So it's like their whole attitude changes. They get older. It's like this crap that they wouldn't let you get away with. Them goddamn great grandkids and great great grandkids start walking around. All of a sudden, they get away with everything.
But you know what they call that, bro? You know what they call that? Grace. They call it fucking grace.
Yes.
That's why when you y'all seeing it, and just to tell you, TJ, those stupid ass comments in there, that's from JP's fucking channel. Them ingrates over there. That's why you see that dumb shit on there.
Hey, who is JP?
That ain't Black Man Unfiltered shit. That's on JP's shit.
Just so y'all know.
I saw that earlier.
Was he up here earlier?
Yeah, he came up for a minute and then he just shared it. The way that the Black Man has it, where you can share, the stream on your channel or whatever. But it ain't no problem right there. It's just when I see it, that's why I ain't giving them motherfuckers no shine. But when I see motherfuckers, these old niggas and all, nigga, you gotta get our age. You better hope you get to be our age, motherfucker. Stupid and you young and stupid with your dumb ass. These motherfuckers, listen, let me tell you something. I ain't worried about it because half these motherfuckers ain't gonna make it to 35 anyway. Fuck them. They gonna be dying on lean and goddamn sexual transmitted diseases, or their ass is just gonna be on dialysis because they can't stop drinking. Motherfucker, these young, I'm gonna tell you right now, young motherfuckers these days are the most disrespectful motherfuckers ever, bro. I swear to God.
You're right about that. Yeah.
Hey, JT,
I remember.
Real quick, guys. Last night, JT, to your point, last night in the emergency room, I had to take care of a 31-year-old black man, who had what we call end-stage COPD. When you get to end-stage, you have maybe 1 to 3 years of life left.
The hell?
31.
31.
What the hell did he have?
You get there because you have had over 20 plus years of smoking. And it doesn't matter what you're smoking. Smoking is smoking. It don't matter if it's weed, cigarette, all that shit got carcinogens in it.
Yeah.
All of it does. Bad carcinogens. And especially what they packing and lacing with the weeds, they're getting the blunt wraps and loading them up with everything. You got 30-year-old people coming through the ED now with end-stage COPD, got the same diseases as somebody in their 60s who've been smoking for 40 years. But they done done as much smoking as somebody did that's 60, 70 years old over a lifetime. These niggas are getting it done in less than 30. And they're about
It only got like 2-3 years to live.
Let me tell you something. That's being generous.
Yeah.
I said it's 1 to 3 years, average about 15 months. Because his lungs can no longer get rid of the carbon dioxide. So when you breathe in air, you don't. First of all, I know this. I don't want to be a health lesson. First of all, you only breathe in 21% of oxygen in the air. It's only 21% of the air is oxygen. The vast majority of the atmosphere that we breathe is nitrogen. We breathe like 70% nitrogen.
Yeah. Hold on.
It works out here in California with all the smog we deal with.
Right.
Hold on, TJ. I'm gonna let you finish right quick, but let me just address this motherfucker. What can you teach me? I don't want to teach you shit. I want you to die. Bye. Get the fuck on. Go ahead,
back
TJ.
to the bushes.
So here's what happens, Clement. When you got COPD, your lungs start to stop being able to get rid of waste gas, which is CO2. We breathe in atmosphere, but what we breathe out, it turns it into carbon dioxide. Once your body processes the atmosphere that you breathe in, it turns it into waste, and you actually breathe out carbon dioxide. You get rid of the waste. Actually, when you're losing weight, when you're doing cardio and you huffing and puffing, all of that huffing and puffing, your body is turning all of that energy into carbon dioxide, and you're breathing it out. You're getting rid of the carbon dioxide. When you get COPD, your lungs no longer have the capacity to get rid of that carbon dioxide. And the worse the disease process goes, the harder it is to get rid of the carbon dioxide. So essentially what starts to happen, you start to suffocate to death.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Well,
you suffocate to death because you can't get rid of you can't get rid of the carbon dioxide, which means it's trapped in your lungs, which means you can't get the 21% of oxygen that you need to reproduce perfusion, which means your oxygen levels decrease, which means your heart has to work harder, which then you get heart disease called CHF. And CHF is basically the enlargement of your heart. And when your heart enlarges, then your heart can't pump enough blood adequately, then your blood starts to pool. So when you start
heart
seeing
failure.
people who are retaining water, that's because their heart can't pump enough fluid and it's pooling within their system and they can't get rid of it. So when you start to have CHF, when you are like COPD, eventually you're going to have a heart issue too.
Yep.
You cannot have a lung issue and not have a heart issue. And you cannot have a heart issue without having a lung issue. Your heart and your lung is like your motor and transmission.
Yep.
So if one goes out, the other one's definitely going out.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Well, I'll
so
say
when one goes out, the other one going out too.
Yeah.
They call it cardiovascular. They both work together.
Yeah,
cardiovascular.
Yep. So I'll say this to all the young folk, even my children out there. If you make me a fucking granddaddy before you get married, guess what I'm going to do to your children when you bring them to me? I'm going to feed them all that shit that's going to keep their ass up all night. I'm going to make sure their ass is sugar packed. I'm letting you know now. Bring them to me. I will watch your child. There is a $40 fee for the first 5 hours. come out to the deadline, calling CPS, you abandon your dumbass child with your baby daddy. I will have your child sugar loaded. They will
Hey, look,
be
and we gonna
poured
get
on
look, Ferg, we gonna get their ass the old school shit, cotton candy,
all
nigga,
that
real
old
cotton
school
candy,
shit. All that. Now,
sugar
ladies,
babies.
I'm gonna mix 8 now ladies together and just let them have a big now
Right,
later ball. Eat that
annihilators.
Now,
shit.
ladies,
Hey, them
Mike and
sour
I.
powers.
That shit gonna go straight to the goddamn bloodstream. This shit right here, boy. It's gonna be that old school candy on their ass, boy. Goddamn penny candy, just all kind. I'm gonna find a penny candy store, get squirrels, get some goddamn the little what do you call them? What's the motherfucker hard ass candy? Those the wine candy.
Some
Get them
jawbreakers.
Now
jawbreakers.
later, jawbreakers.
Mouth
Sugar
gonna be
straw.
look.
They gonna
Mouth
have
gonna
4
be
pound
blue as
sugar
shit.
straw. The sugar
Right.
straw drinks. They just all that
sugar
shit.
straw,
Man.
man.
Oh, the sugar straws was crazy.
And all that
Talking
shit.
about a head rush.
Sitting their ass like they on cocaine. Shit. You ain't gonna get it. Look, they mouth gonna be blue and shit. They just go blue and red and purple. Their eyes
That's
gonna
why
be
I'm
And they
wide
drink
open.
that Kool-Aid, right?
I'm not a granddaddy yet. Thank God. 56.
Well, I am,
No
man. I'm about to,
grandchildren. I'm
my
not trying to
grandbaby.
hear it.
Yeah, my grandbaby gonna be here this summer, man. I can't wait. They in Tennessee. So, and man, it's again. That's another one, man. You get a chance. Now I got a grandson. I get a chance to visit me all over again. You know how that's crazy that your grandchild looks like you when you was his age. I was like, whoa, this is crazy. They speak. They got your mannerisms. The craziest part is that it's not just you. It's everybody that they come from. That's why I'm telling people, like, man, if we really, this whole thing with children and all of this shit, if motherfuckers took more pride into creating better human beings, man, I'm telling you, the world would be a whole lot better, man, if we really paid attention to what our lineage is about. It'd be something totally different, man.
Yeah, but you know, JT, one of the things I think we do is we focus on all the negative shit in our lineage and act like there's no positive fucking contributions.
It's gonna fuck you up.
I think it's one of the biggest misnomers. One of the reasons why the black family is not completely destroyed is because the older generations were married. And so when all these fucking illegitimate kids were born, guess who raised them? Even if they didn't raise them properly, they had a place to stay, they had houses to go to. And so without that, you think the millennials and the Gen Z is going to be taking care of any fucking kids from their kids? Hell no. Right? So
not at all.
So in my family, I have a cousin 3 days younger than me. She's got a great grandbaby. Her granddaughter went out and got pregnant. Before the baby came, she was broke up from the fucking dude. Right?
Yeah.
But the fact that she got some remedial job or some somewhere, and if it wasn't for her grandmother letting her stay in the house with the baby, she would be out on the goddamn street. So my cousins take you, and of course, once the baby's here, almost all is forgiven, right? Because you don't want to put the kids out in the street, right? So the older generations, that marriage, that infrastructure is what bolstered and buttressed the black family through the generations. So the ex-fucking people are fucking ungrateful for that. The millennials are ungrateful for that. And the fucking Gen Zs are everybody's fucking ungrateful for that. Right? And if it weren't for those marriages in those areas, we're fucked up anyway. We're doomed anyway. But it's 2 or 3 generations. But we're like 1 or 2 generations away now because none of that shit's happening. Nobody's getting married, and nobody's taking care of anybody else's kids like that anymore. And the ones who do, they're teaching them all kinds of ratchet shit.
Yeah.
Right. So, and listen, I'm just telling. So when I hear, and I'm just saying this, I just think we focus in a lot of areas in our lives. We focus on the negative. Yeah, maybe because that's good for content.
I agree with what you're saying. I agree with you saying on that part right there as far as the focus, right? I think we have to have balance. We have to present a problem, and then we have to come with a part, right?
There's no
We have to.
balance.
Yeah,
Honestly,
there's no balance
honestly,
with
There's
that.
absolutely no fucking balance. I'm gonna just say because I'm a fucking baby boomer, and the way I treated my kids and the way I took care of them and the people in my family, that's not my fucking reality.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. I got
Well-
my I got a daughter that's a millennial, and I got a daughter that's a Gen Zer, right? And their lives are better than most fucking people because of what me and my wife did.
Yep.
You know, so everything is just I mean, I'm sitting back here and I'm not a goddamn unicorn. Right? I know a lot of baby boomers who took care of fucking business and nobody wants. And so when we fucking die off, there's going to be the biggest fucking transfer of wealth from one generation to another ever in the history of fucking mankind.
Yeah.
And you know, and
Yeah.
everybody, the fucking internet, space age, technology, all that shit came out of the baby boomer generation. And all we hear is how fucked up we are.
Yeah.
You know, like, fuck that. You know, when the pill came out, the oldest baby boomers were like 14 years old. Their fucking mothers put young girls on fucking pill in the 60s, and they
I know,
wait a minute, let me finish. And they put the motherfuckers on a pill when they weren't even having sex. And once they knew that they could fucking take a pill and have sex indiscriminately, women started doing that shit. I mean, and the shit just snowballed. Feminism, you threw that shit in there. The government said, hey, fuck it, you don't need a nigga in your house. You throw that shit in there. You throw crack in the neighborhoods, and the brothers fucking taking it because they didn't because they didn't want to be responsible for the pressure. Fucking let me get fucking high.
Yep.
You know, I mean, come on, man. There's a lot of reasons why we are where we are now, and it's not just because of the generations. We all became fucking subject to programming, and the program is so thick that black men and black fucking women don't even know how to have relationships with each other no more.
That's how.
And then when you start telling people we should be talking, I'm gonna land it here. When we tell people you need to learn how to relate to a woman on a natural level, which is irrespective of what they were in, because men and women been fucking dancing with each other since the beginning of time, and all of a sudden we act like we don't know how to dance with each other no more. Get the fuck out of here, man!
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And listen, what you just said, R-Pain,
I mean,
I understand the frustration that you have because I can remember those days when family, even when you had the fucked up shit was going on, you still had more families that were intact. You had more men that made fucking decisions. And guess what those men were also called? Assholes. That's why when you saying what you're saying, R-Pain, when you're saying, listen, there's no motherfucking way y'all can blame shit on my motherfucking generation like we wasn't doing shit. No, we were doing shit. What do they call your generation? They call y'all scared. They say that you fucking you simps. They say all these things. We were just talking about just kissing a woman, right? Men just saying, hey, man, have you guys had a passionate kiss with a woman? You had these stupid motherfuckers talking about y'all simps and y'all goofy and all. It's goofy for a man to show his love to a woman. It's goofy for a man to be able to sing love songs to tell a woman and profess his love to a woman. It's goofy now. It's goofy for a man to sit back. Fuck the kids right now. Let's talk about women and men because that's the biggest problem. The kids are the fucking byproduct of what happens. When you got motherfuckers that's sitting back talking about fucking each other instead of talking about loving each other. When you got motherfuckers sit back and say, we both made a mess of this shit. We both made a mess of it, right? And then you got the man saying, but I got an ideal. And he just say, oh, look, we ain't got to be enemies with each other no more. All we got to do is do this. And she'll say, you know what? Even though we wasn't getting along to being together, I'm going to follow your fucking lead, right? That's what TJ was just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. You know, I mean just think about TJ. What
he's
he
a
did,
young
right?
guy, right?
What he just did for his ex-wife, is the reason why it seems so.
R-Pain, she wasn't my ex-wife.
Okay, well, your baby's mother.
Yeah.
For your baby's mother.
Your ex. You know what? Just say ex. How about that?
The thing that you did for your ex, your baby's mother, the reason why you get so much pushback is because fucking people don't remember. You know, I mean, we're so far removed from doing things that are smart for each other for the betterment of the future generations. It sounds really strange to a lot of new people.
Well, you know what it is, Mr. Payne?
Is fucking each other over.
Yep.
But Mr.
What
Payne,
you get
you know
out of
what
it,
the problem
TJ?
is?
You a simp because you ain't getting nothing out of it.
Nice.
But here's the
What are we
thing.
talking about?
Yeah, go ahead.
But
Who's that?
J-
Go ahead.
No, go
That's
ahead,
me.
bro.
It's Antoine. I'm at work. That's why. That's why you don't see
Yeah.
my face up. I'm at
Yeah,
work
go
still.
ahead, Antoine.
But the problem also is, Mr. Payne, the reason why these young boys, I say these young boys, the reason why these young boys keep talking that shit, because they were never taught that by us. That's why. I mean, I have my dad. My dad is still alive. My mom and dad have been married for 54 years. But it wasn't just my mom and my dad. It was my grandparents. It was my aunts. It was my uncles. It was my older cousins. They all played a role in my life and my well-being. And I've told people, I'm 47. I'm married with kids and a grandson, and my father still has his foot in my ass. My uncle, who passed away almost 30 years ago, God rest his soul. Imagine James Earl Jones with a thick French accent. He still has his foot in my ass.
But can I ask you
Those
something,
people.
Antoine?
What's up?
Let me ask you something while you mention that. At some point, right, you gotta, regardless of who gave you the game or not, there's gotta be a point where you know what's right and what's wrong.
Figure it out. Yes.
And what I'm saying is how much we're gonna leave. I mean, of course, the fact that the men were absent, there was no man, and you know, my father was around, but I was raised by my aunt. She was my guardian because he had to work 16 hours because my mother died when I was 8. So I moved in with them. It was a whole bunch of women in the house. Nobody told me shit about any fucking thing. Nobody told me how to go to college. Nobody told me what I needed to do. One of the reasons why I joined the frat is because I wanted to be around men, but nobody told me I needed to do it. It was just like a natural inclination to be around how men move.
Right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that because I pledged the frat.
So
I remember telling.
Go ahead.
Nah, I totally understand what you're saying, Mr. Penn, because I think what the problem is now, and I noticed this, anytime you try to do anything that's supposed to make men better, or you have an environment where it's men only, it's seen as toxic. And that's the fucking problem.
And that's programmed. And that's when we let motherfucking women and everybody say masculinity is toxic. I have plenty of videos on that there's no such thing as toxic masculinity.
No, there's toxic behavior.
You know, there's toxic character, and that shit goes for men and women. But
there's
not
toxic character.
Right.
There's toxic character. There's more than just toxic character. There's toxic character. There's toxic personality. There's toxic behavior. Anybody can be toxic.
Absolutely.
When did being a man be seen as a bad thing? When did being the man be seen as the fall of civil? You know, is the reason for the fall of civilization. When did being a man be seen as a crime? When did being a man be seen as disrespect? When did being the man be seen as an endangered species? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
When the crack era generation grew up, that's when all that shit changed. When them motherfuckers grew up, you've been seeing it now. Now they're in their late 30s, 40. The crack era generation changed the game. They changed the game. They put all that bullshit to the front and glorified all that shit. We grew up with gangster rap. We grew up with, I mean, man, it's easy to figure out, man. Crack took the mother out the home and all these kids.
You go back and forth with this crack had a part to play. But
crack had the biggest part of it.
Feminists changed mindset.
Feminists changed the mindset of pain, but
women vote, and they vote based on bullshit kind of criteria. And black women vote are on fucking steroids, and they change the way we have our laws.
But
the reason why no fault divorce is here is not because of crack. It's because women made fucking men agree that, you know, they should be able to leave anytime they fucking want.
What I'm saying, even with those laws that were in play, single mothers still raise some good ass children out here. Dudes wasn't out here wilding the fuck out. It was mamas raising 4 and 5 big 6'9", size 15
football players, man.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't necessarily play football. They was coming out being strong. These niggas had big shoulders. These niggas was doing the right thing. They was getting out here working, joining the military. It was a little bit of BS, but that was all in another lane. All that shit's to the front now. Feminism took the front. A lot of these young folk, man, I'm telling you, the last 25, 30 years have grown up divided in their home. They brothers were killed. They uncles, the mama, they see their mama on drugs. They see their daddy on drugs.
For me, but you can't see that on crack.
But that was the biggest component of today, of the last 25, 30 years.
Me and you're going to disagree. I think feminist ideals and women vote more than that.
I think it's a combination. Gentlemen, you know what it is? I think it's a combination of both. I think, like JT was saying, it was a multitude of things.
Yeah. That makes half these motherfuckers on ADHD, man. They still a lot of them people.
Somebody got some feedback.
A lot of these adults, man, they was taking medicine back in the day. The mom was putting them on that medicine. They was putting on that Ritalin and all that old crazy shit. A lot of them didn't get taken out by the doctor. They didn't stop self-medicating.
Who is this guy in the back chat? I mean, who's this guy?
Just a little crack era adult, man.
Wow, JC. Wow. Damn, Trey. No, that's me still at work and everything. That's probably man, because like I said, I'm still at work. I'm still finishing up. I already punched out. I'm still trying to get everything ready. My wife was calling, but
I ain't even mad.
Hey, you hear me, JT?
No, I didn't hear what you say. What'd you say?
I said Trey Berg looked like he getting ready to do an episode of Stairway to Heaven.
That's God.
That's what I'm looking at every day, man. Come on up here, man. Come on up here, man. It's good up here looking down, man. See this big old dome? This is gonna be the fucking solar eclipse y'all be on Monday. That's my big ass bird up there looking at y'all blocking the sun like.
Yeah, we look up, we see your head.
That's funny as hell, man. We gonna take you like, Trey, what the fuck you doing, bro?
Here I am. I'm him. I'm that man. I'm him.
I'm him. He is I.
Yes. I am him.
The golden clouds too.
Shout out to all my light-skinned brothers and sisters in the world with gray beards and gray hair. Appreciate y'all for getting old with me. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, but fellas, this is the thing, because we about to close this out a little in a minute. Okay. But this is what I want to say, man. When we are on these panels, man, trust me when I tell you, it's teaching something that was lost, and it's the art of conversation. And it's teaching it through all the flaws that we have before us. When you see people that are still using ad hominems and things because they disagree with somebody and shit like that, it's a problem that they're going to have in the next 5 years, bro. They're going to have a problem with communicating with people like us or the people that come after us. They're going to have a problem with that. I see it. I see the difference. I see a big difference, especially being in
somebody got
Scorch. Is it? No, it was okay. No, I see a big difference in the conversations that we have, and I'm speaking specifically to Black folks from 5-7 years ago, right? I see a big difference in it. I see a difference. I think one of the things that I look at also is like, R-Pain, you have no idea, bro, how important you are to a lot of these conversations. Because if you notice, if you have people that's not used to being in these spaces and people that's older than me and you, and they get in these spaces, they're like a fish out of fucking water. They have no mic etiquette. It's like they're just all over the place when they speak. And that just comes from how we used to speak to each other. People used to speak over each other all the goddamn time. You just seen it was like a lot of chaos. If somebody disagreed with you, they got to sit back and call you out your name and stuff like that. And we are learning how to have better conversation and more intelligent conversations because of this. The craziest thing about being on these panels, man, is because you have to have one mic. And you got an audience of people that's looking at and listening to these conversations from all over the world. The craziest part is this shit is global. It's not just in a city or a state or just in the United States and shit like that. You got people all over the world actually listening. And it sometimes it don't seem like it's making a difference, but I'm telling you, bro, this shit makes a big difference, a huge difference. And I still got to give my man Hemp, because I see what he's doing. I got to give him props, bro, because he's not being scared of having a conversation with anybody. I get it. That shit is tedious. It can be frustrating. It's tiring, but if you have a goal, you got to go through this shit, man. We got motherfuckers, man, that's really don't know what the fuck they talking about, and they want to be they want to be a authority. What's up, bro?
Hey, JT,
what happened?
You there?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, we lost them.
Lost who?
I don't know who even speaking. Who's speaking?
That's Antoine.
Oh,
You
yeah.
said we lost him.
JT's still there, Antoine.
Yeah, I'm here. You might have to go out and come back in, bro. But a lot of this stuff, what I'm saying, so, because Pay, me and you, we done went, I done seen you on one panel, then I go on another panel, then we...
come back to us.
Hello?
JT,
Can you
come
hear?
back?
No.
Come on back.
No,
back, JT.
It's you, bro.
There you go.
I can hear you, bro. You can't hear me. I can hear you. You can't hear me. But let me just finish this so I can land it. What I was just saying, like even with Ferg, when you guys come in here, man, motherfuckers really it resonates with people. May not resonate with a whole bunch, especially when you're in the conversation.
It's me?
But a lot of times,
Yeah, it's you, brother.
Yeah. But a lot of times sometimes you just have to do what you got to do, say what you got to say, and then you just.
Is it really?
Yes, it's you, Antoine. It's you.
It's you, bro. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, it's you. It's you. They can hear me. So
yeah,
that's one of the reasons why I like going on to this might be risky because I get his premise, right? A lot of people think they going on there. Like when I'm hearing people, this is gonna turn into Fight Club and all that. I doubt it. I doubt if that's gonna even happen.
I got no Wi-Fi on that, unfortunately. That's why. Electronics and scanners and everything else where I'm at, and computers too. So
yeah,
there is a Wi-Fi per se, but that's kind of like totally secured and everything else. I can't do it.
Up, man. You gotta mute up.
I can hear a damn thing he's saying. I feel lost. All right, well, from the missus, it's like, where the hell are you? What's taking so long?
Hey, Antoine, you gotta mute up, man. Go out.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, y'all have a good one. Y'all be
for sure, bro. Most definitely. We got you.
Yeah, man. Right. Somebody needs to break up AT anyway.
All right, brother.
Where's the plane when you need it and shit?
Mayday! Mayday, will you please learn this motherfucker?
Oh my god!
The conversations are definitely needed, bro. That's all I needed to go. I landed. I put myself on the shit.
I mean, the conversations definitely needed, and listen, there's no one specific answer that's going to work for everybody. That's why you got to piece your puzzle together to make sure you put yourself in the best position for the long term. It's not going to be fixed in today. I can't fix everything about my life in 2 days. That shit might take 2 years, 3 years. You just have to keep on moving. What I see is a lot of young folk have already placed in their mind that this is fucking bullshit. It's going to always be bullshit. Since my shit is bullshit, everybody else's shit got to be bullshit. Can't be no happy marriages out here. Ain't nobody happy out here. Ain't nobody trying to ruin relationships. That's what they convince themselves, and they start pushing that shit out into the atmosphere because we do say words are powerful. Once you start speaking that shit to your existence, that shit trickles down to everything that you touch. Your slow ass children, your dirty ass houses, your musty ass armpits, your friends that be fucked up, your bad job that you can't, the good job that you can't land. You put yourself in a bad situation. So stop owning all this bullshit. You young, 21, 31, 41. Man, you got to go live. You got to do shit different than your grandmama and your sister and your uncle and them did. Because if you do that same shit today, your ass is going to be a lot poorer that y'all claim grandmama and them was 50 years ago who fucking bought their fucking house, who paid that fucker off, and y'all lost it through some dumbass $2,000 worth of taxes. But y'all done spent $2,000 on some funky ass, musty ass, foam ass shoes. Make that shit make sense. Y'all just need to get it together. It ain't our fault. I don't care what generation you in. It's your fucking fault.
For sure.
You can't blame people that you had nothing to do with them growing up. It's your fucking fault. You knew your situation was fucked up when you graduated high school, but you didn't want to go nowhere. You wanted to stay loyal to the streets. You want to stay around your buddies. And y'all doing more shit than most men did back in the day as far as friends. We got together, we hung out, we broke bread, and guess what? When the woman said, come here, we all dismantled, and we did our thing, and we came back, and we got our money together. We got our car together. You motherfuckers out there crying, talking about generational wealth, but y'all don't even want to go work at 21 at the warehouse paying $25 an hour. Black folk, you can't talk your way to wealth. We can't talk our way to wealth. We the talkingest motherfuckers in the world. The numbers don't lie. 10% of us is gonna be something. The rest of us just gonna be regular ass people. Which side you be on? So
Trey, you know what fucked me up when I heard people say that people don't get pensions anymore. I said, what?
They don't got no work history. Social Security pays
Right.
itself
You ain't got
forward.
no pension because your ass ain't working.
Social Security pays itself forward. If you call Social Security and you 5 years working, call them motherfucker and see how much you gonna get a month. They're gonna be like, you gonna get about $200. So you gotta keep working. And y'all think y'all can not put in no work in the Social Security system and you live in America, they run your Social Security number. Oh, this motherfucker ain't contributed shit. They gonna get the worst of everything. It does not change, only the players. The game has been the same. How you gonna change the game? With all this new age technology, we spending more money on bullshit, but we ain't inventing shit with them people that didn't have an education coming out of slavery, invented fucking everything we using. But here we are, got all the modern shit. Ain't nobody invented shit. They still wearing the same fucking weave they wore 40 years ago. Same shit.
Technology. So technology was supposed to make your life easier. What's happening right now, and people keep blaming shit on technology. No, motherfucker, you blame it on your goddamn self. Think about this, y'all.
It's the boomer's fault.
When we used to travel, right? What did we used to do when there was no GPS on a fucking phone? And we didn't
use a damn map.
Use a fucking map.
It's called
and what do you have to do with a map? You have to read it. You have to drive the map. If you get a map to the average motherfucker out here that's trying to, they wouldn't know how to read a fucking map. So technology actually, it fucked them up, didn't it? You got motherfuckers right now, bro. I swear to God, if they don't have a GPS on their fucking phone, they can't get 10 miles out of the fucking city limits, bro, without being fucking lost.
Trey Ferg, when you finish with your final thoughts, you're right though.
Miles, JT.
Who's that?
Oh,
10 miles. They get lost going across the street. Yeah, I was in
Yeah.
a room with too much technology. That's what caused the interference. But like I was saying, 10 miles,
Go ahead.
JT, they get lost going across the street. That's how geographically mislocate these kids are nowadays.
Yeah, and then they would blame it on, guess who gonna take the brunt of it? Baby boomers. Really?
I don't give
Wow.
a fuck. I'll take the blame. We fight back because we still out here doing
Hey,
that.
my black butt, even though I'm just a high school graduate, I know what critical thinking is. Something that these kids don't know the first meaning of.
Right. Get a
Oh
fucking
yeah.
mic.
What is it? Cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know one of the things I teach people, and it's funny as hell, like when you're traveling in the morning time, the way you know which way you're going is where the sun is, right? So in the morning
Yeah.
time,
Yep.
if you going north and south and the sun is on, and you say if you was heading south, you know that the sun does what in the morning time?
Set.
It rises, right?
Yeah, rises.
So
The west.
where does it rise at? It rises in the east.
On the left
On
side.
your left side.
At 4:30, what happens when the sun is on the other side?
It sets.
And it sets on that side. So you can know where your north, south, east, and west is by the sun. A lot of people don't understand this too. When they sitting here talking about this goddamn what sign are you, Sagittarius, Leos, and all of that shit had nothing to do with your birthday. It had something to do with where you are. Where you are. The shit was used so you would know where the fuck. That's how they used to measure where they were. It had nothing to do with because my birthday was in October, I'm a fucking Libra. And you know what Libras do, boy. They stubborn and Libras, man. No, that's not what that shit was. That's why when you hear people say, I don't believe in that shit, that's why. Because it wasn't for that purpose. Now, does it have a correlation to it? Yes. But if you ain't never studied the shit, then what the fuck? You ain't gonna be sitting here talking about because I'm in motherfucking May, I'm a fucking Taurus. That's crazy than a motherfucker. For a nigga to sit back and blame they shit, all they stupid ass shit on a sign that they know nothing about. That shit's crazy.
And they be the worst ones because they be supposed to be the ones that's supposed to be Christians.
Right. Now watch. Now watch. There are the signs are in the motherfucking Bible, but they're in different tones. They have a different language. It is a whole different language. And what was that shit based off of? Where you were. What time, what age? It has something to do with that. It didn't have nothing to do with this other bullshit because I'm a fucking Libra. That's why at 8 o'clock in the morning, I get, antsy and shit, and I start doing shit. That's all Libras do that shit. I'm a Taurus. I'm that motherfucker right there.
You bullheaded.
What's going on? Right. Yeah, all that crazy ass shit. They have no idea. No idea because motherfuckers never picked up a what? Book.
Hard-headed. That's a book.
I'm Aquarius because I'm light skinned.
Because you're light skinned. All Aquarius are light skinned. Ain't no dark skin
Aquarius. So don't be hating on me.
You never met my father, JT. You ain't never met my father then. My father's an Aquarius.
I can feel how I feel.
You got women saying they don't date motherfuckers because they are a certain sign and shit.
I heard somebody tell me that, man.
Yeah, they're slow, man. They're slow, man.
They asked the first question they asked, they said, "What's your birthday month?" And I told them, and they said, "Oh no, I don't get along with y'all." I said, "What? You don't know nothing about me."
She did you a favor.
Right.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Exactly. Right. So listen, man, I got two things to say real fast. One, on Monday, I have two videos, two programs I was going to do. The first one, and I think I'm gonna do this one, is called, if you ever saw that show Pop the Bubble. I just saw a couple of episodes. And what I want to do this Monday is explore if black men are really intimidated by successful black women. Right? So this was pretty funny.
Don't waste your time, sir.
Hold on for a second.
No, I want to see this.
Man. Let me finish. So I would like to have like the panel guys come up and discuss the conversation between the woman and these guys who pop the balloon, who don't pop the balloon. You would really find it entertaining. I swear. I think it's really. I mean, something not so serious, but you could chop it up on each one of these things and how the men reacted to this woman. It's two of them, so we'll probably stop it every 3 minutes and then conversate. The other one that I'm working on, I was going to do that one first until this one came in my mind, is if I had the power, what 10 laws would I change in the United States?
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you want to be you want to be Thanos?
If I had the power, I don't want to be Thanos. I'm just saying, if I had the power, what 10 laws would I change in the United States? And
all right, Trey Ferg, knock it off.
That's exactly.
So wait,
it's like I got to get that. So when the thing comes up, I have my head in the clouds like here when we're talking about it, But no, so I think that would be good because there's 10 things all we're familiar with that if we change, that would make living in America a little bit better, I think. So, and then of course not so serious because this is just my thoughts. Everybody, listen. Here's where I will land it. I might not do it this week. I might do it next week on BMU's network. If you haven't thought what laws would you change if you could, then you're really not living, right? You're just accepting what's coming at you because all of us should have an idea of what kind of laws we should change or should change that would make not only our lives better, but our families' lives and the people of communities' lives. And it's not fucking reparations. It's not.
I'll tell you one law I would change.
Yeah. Yeah.
Them goddamn the no fault divorce law.
So just stay tuned, brother. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
What time you gonna have it on R-Pain?
Well, so this Monday at 7 is. But I'm gonna do the bubble show this Monday because I think that one might be fun.
I got one.
That one might be fun. And then next week I'll do it. Oh, I come on BMU's at 7 Eastern on Mondays.
Okay, 7 Eastern.
Yeah.
Okay.
7 Eastern.
I'm still at work.
Central. Yeah.
Yeah,
Most
so whoever's
definitely.
here, just
I'm still
pop in there and chop it up.
Yeah.
Wait,
And,
Mr. Payne, I think that bubble show, I remember watching that before. It's pretty funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, I did it on my Wednesday show. I did one of them on my Wednesday show.
I want to examine one of those shows. Go ahead.
And also, I remember watching on another channel on YouTube, and we had a very good discussion about that as well. So definitely, I definitely want to try to chip in. I mean, want to chime in and contribute because I remember when I was watching on another YouTube channel, we had a very good discussion on the things that went on and everything. So I definitely understand what you're talking about, and I really want to watch it.
Most
Cool,
definitely.
man. Just pop in 7 o'clock on Monday. We'll be on for a while, so usually we run from 7 o'clock to like 9:30. So we're on.
Yeah. So that's why I be trying to catch your goddamn show, man. Because that's the day that I work late. And that's where I be like, damn, by the time I get there, y'all getting ready to wrap it on up.
Yeah,
man.
I know. I'm still working on that.
I think he's the early bird, man. He get in. and down, man.
7 o'clock. He
come on our shit and our pain to be on this month. Look what time it is right now. It's almost 3 damn o'clock. Like, look, that's it. That's all. We done went past the 2 hours.
I'm gonna be up before the roosters start crowing.
Hey, Scorcher, it's your turn, man. I'm landing it there, man. So I just wanted to alert y'all what's coming up.
No doubt. So tomorrow is Miss Jenny.
Right.
She's gonna be doing her show tomorrow. I think at 9. She's gonna be doing her show.
Miss Jenny's something else, man.
Man, that girl is powerful, man.
She is warming up big time.
Yeah. She's. I want to meet her husband now, man. I'm like, God damn, let me see what this guy made of. Shit, but yeah, she'll be on tomorrow. Oh yeah, and then earlier that day though, it would be Alexis from Texas.
That's right.
She would do it. I think it's like a shopping show, and it's pretty dope how she get on there and she just be her. She just and I think she's
funny.
She's selling something or whatever. She got a beautiful disposition, man. I like Alexis, man. That's my girl. And then Sunday is I was about to say our pain. God damn it!
The
All
gray
you
area.
bald head niggas
The
look the
gray
same.
area.
It's the gray area with with how did I forget his name, man? That's my dude. I'm like, you know his
Mr.
name,
Bennett.
Mr.
In
Bennett,
the Greek show.
Mr. Bennett and the Greek Freak himself.
Right.
Grooming and reviews. They will be doing their show on Sunday. Now, before they do their show, I am going to do a show also. So I'm gonna do a show. It's gonna be a review from the This Might Be Risky show that me and Black Man Unfiltered was on, and it's a segment on there about husbands being simps, and we're gonna do a review on that video. And I'm gonna have my boy Freezy from the No Captivity that's gonna be on there too, and we're gonna also have it as a panel, man. So if you guys want to join that conversation, also
What time
we
is
definitely
that?
gonna be doing that. That's
What
gonna be
time?
at 3:00 in the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
So,
If I'm around,
yeah.
And that's Sunday, right?
Yep, it's
You know
Sunday.
what, I did forget to tell you, I have a sports show on Wednesday that I do. Trey Ferg hooks up, man. Trey, you can tell him about it. We really kick it up, man.
I think he has a lot of good information and topics about what's going on in the recent movements in the NBA, boxing, WL. He talks about a little bit of everything sport. I'm waiting for him to hit baseball or golf or something.
Yeah. If they have something come up, I'll do it too early.
Too damn boring. Push you to sleep.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
well,
anyway, that's 7 o'clock as well. But I try to get it over so Trey could come over to BMU's channel.
Yeah, 1-on-1 sports show, man.
Yeah.
1-on-1
Yeah.
sports show. Me, Shawnee, Dante, and Brother Bennett.
Yeah.
You know, come on over and talk to face.
That's on Wednesdays right before my show.
Yeah.
So wait, hold on. Before we get to that, Monday is our pain.
Right.
That's at 7 Central, 6 Eastern. I mean 7 Eastern, 6 Central.
Right.
And then we have on Tuesday. That's when you have flipping tables with Lit and BM.
You do
BMW? BMU. Y'all know I'm tired of motherfucker. That's what we have flipping tables. It's the formal Talk That Tuesday. So it's flipping tables now. Did you hear what I said? I gotta put that goddamn on there. But and then Wednesday is the sports channel. Y'all done took over. What's the brother's name? I forgot the ones that originally did it. Y'all done took that shit over.
Shawnee, Dante, myself,
Yeah.
and
Mr. Bennett, man. So
we got the Southern boys, you
And
know.
there's at 8 Eastern.
Yes,
There's at 8 Eastern.
Yes, every Wednesday.
And then I always say 9:30, but you know, about 9:45, that's when I come over here and bring that bullshit. Kendra G, the Red Balloons, what else? Who else I had on there? Ugly Money, whatever. Now I'm gonna start doing the court cases too.
Shit, wow.
And, yeah, the shit is wild as hell, man. This last one we had, hey, RP, I wish you was on there, man. We got to talking about, we turned that shit into talking about our childhood. We had Angry Man, 5 hours, man. We was on that motherfucker. Angry Man came over, man. We had a ball, man. So that was cool that we had that. And then Thursday, we have who was on Thursday, y'all? Oh, damn. The doc and Coach K, I think
they haven't done it lately, have they?
2 weeks they haven't done it, but he said he moved it to this week.
Okay.
So they're gonna be doing it this week, Thursday, and then again we run back to here, the barbershop, y'all. So I thank everybody for coming on.
Hey, JT.
Sir.
JT.
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, you got can you get a hold of TJ?
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, check on him, man. He just didn't seem right to me tonight. Very quiet. He was well reserved for some odd reason. That's not like him.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna definitely check. I mean, we got
check on him, man. Just to make sure he cool, man.
Okay. Most definitely.
Yeah.
I do hear you about that, Scorcher. I noticed a different disposition tonight.
His whole disposition was off tonight, man. Like something was really, like it was really something going on with him, and that's why I asked him earlier, was he cool?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, check on him, man.
Most definitely.
You a black man.
Yeah, I'm glad you peeped that. Yeah, we gotta, put our arms around our brothers, man. Because I know it'll be some times when I be going through some shit, bro. So shit, we got to definitely do that, man.
Hey, man, that's that bald head factor you got going on there, man. You know, shout out to Robin Harris. You know, all y'all heads look like some shaved monkey nuts.
Let me tell you something. We made a fucking decision. That's I refuse to be holding on shit that don't want to be here. I'll let your ass go.
These monkey nuts are swinging. Oh yeah.
Okay. Look at you, all three of y'all going at it.
Seven of us. We a goddamn game.
I still got my hair. My hair ain't receded yet, so I'm good.
Oh, good.
How old are you right now? How old are you?
Yes, sir. Before we go, like I said, like you said, what was that yesterday? If you shaved your beard and mustache, your ass will still look 65.
You look good, man. You look good.
He said you look 45. No, you look 65.
It's a backhand compliment when a motherfucker say you look good for 65. Fuck that. You make 65 look good. How about that?
You still old as Moses, but you look damn good.
Thank you.
Good,
Listen,
man.
I would look a whole lot younger and shit, man. I got okay. Man. One half of the mustache is black, the other half is gray and shit, man.
That's me.
No, the gray, it makes you distinctive, man. Let me tell you
Yeah,
something.
man, I like my gray look when I have my hair, when my beard starts showing.
Yeah, y'all get a good look at this motherfucker, because this is not how this motherfucker gonna look tomorrow. Because I got some just for men. And my shit about to be right back black again. And then
oh my God. You still trying to stay young, JT?
No. That's not it. I'ma look my age regardless, bro. I do it because I just like when my shit look back. I like when it looks, because my shit is about as white as damn y'all shit.
There you go. That's what you looking like, JT. That's what you want to look like.
Should be looking like right now. Yep, silverback. That's how I look, just like that. Hell yeah.
Hey, Trey Ferg, man. I'm gonna get you, man, with all these goddamn subliminal messages you sending with all these goddamn floating headshots.
Let me tell you something, man. We got to keep our maintenance up, nigga. If I sit and I let my motherfucking hair grow out, I'm gonna be looking like George Jefferson out this motherfucker. Easy. Nah, my shit is done. I know when to let the shit go. Please believe it. It is not that serious to me. That's just what it is, man.
Just like 11 TKO.
You understand? Real.
That middle starts going, and you got the Gulf of Mexico and shit going on.
Man, I'm about to have a shoehorn in America. I got a sunroof in my fucking skull. No, I'm straight. I'm good.
It ain't for everybody. It
Yes,
ain't
sir.
for everybody. So all you oblong head dudes, all you football head shaped dudes, all you square head.
That's why I still got hair on my head. I don't think a bald head would work for me.
You better hope God still got grace for you, boy. Because when it's time to let it go, you gonna look crazy if you try to keep it.
Oh hell no! I'm gonna pull a Steve Harvey and get a toupee.
You slap that shit off.
All right, man. Listen,
All right,
I'm about to go ahead. This is this video. I just want people to see it. It's a message that my put out here, and we gonna end it with that. And then we're going to be up out of here, man. But hey, look, salute to all you that came and hung out with us and still out here hanging out with us. Salute to the people on the panel, everybody that came. Eater Man, my man Antoine. Who else did I miss, y'all? Y'all know who else was on here, man.
JT, TJ.
Trey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Easy Money came through, even though it was on live chat.
Yeah,
to all the ladies in the chat.
Easy Money is a good sport, man.
Mrs. Locks to smile.
Yeah.
Mrs. Locks, yes.
Shout out to all the women who came. Shit, all the grown ass women that be coming over here. They don't be no little kids.
Sir. Oh, my man Ron Bryant. He was over here rocking, man. Mrs. Locks, she was over here. She was over here rocking with us, man.
Big ass stop through.
Yeah. We got a lot of the folks that came over here that really, everybody, if I missed you, man, just turn it to the head, not to the heart. It's a little bit late or early, however you looking at it. And we about to get the hell up out of here, but I'm going to go ahead and play this video, and then we gone, y'all. Let me get it.
Peace.
All right.
I would say hair grease, but y'all don't need none on y'all heads.
It's got that natural shine, boy.
All right, here we go, y'all.
But you're taught the language of ex-slaves who are now mentally, physically, spiritually enslaved. So the language that they're speaking is the language of disempowerment. You're talking about what can't happen. And then if you say something like magic, oh, don't say that. You know, you don't want to get into that magic. You know, black magic is that. Black magic is the ability to go into the darkness and recreate yourself. Darkness is where everything comes from, but they scare you of your own power. So everything is about fear. So the average person grew up in a family that lived in fear. They had an inferiority complex, right? And once you have that inferiority complex, you teach it to the children. Nobody's taught that I remember I used to have to go outside and pick those dandelions out the grass. They had a special little tool. My father would say, go out there and get rid of those dandelions. Little did I know that these dandelions, because every once in a while I'd take one and eat it. Yeah. Something just said eat it. My father said, you eating those things? Well, they're good. I like them. You know what I'm saying? Then we find out that dandelion is so important to help regenerate the blood, help the kidneys, the liver, and the spleen. Yeah. This is medicine. But why do we get it out of the lawn? Because they had a law that they created that said that anything other than grass could not be in your front yard. It's called the Beautification Act of America.